There he is.
This stuff just materializes.
I was just going to
You
stop.
know, we're just going to put it there.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, before you start, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Is liquor enforcement gone out of the budget, or is it just renamed? I know you know.
Are we doing? We're doing liquor this afternoon, right? No. Yeah, it's afternoon. Yeah, they'll be here. So, what is in the bill? And I try to explain this to the Senate, the House Finance Committee, that in the wisdom of this legislature, many moons ago, that we are tobacco enforcement, in which we get tobacco money, goes through Health and Human Services, is done through the Liquor Commission. They're our enforcers. That enforcement has and this way predates me, is enforcement has always been Group 2, which means they're armed and they have badges, and which means they're not plain old bureaucrats, and but they do play that role in the Liquor Commission. The way we have set them up is that they do that dual task, which is tell a licensee what they need to do and how to get them licensed, but then also have to enforce when there are problems. So the idea was, because they needed to save money and save, obviously the 800 million, I don't know what it was, but that one of the ways to save money was to simply get rid of all those Group 2 people. Now, it didn't get rid of them all. I think it kept 12 or something, but yes, to radically reduce the amount of that enforcement. But when I explained to him, I said, by the way, you now jeopardize whatever the couple million you hope to save, you've just jeopardized the 40 million for tobacco enforcement. And they gave me a long stare, and so I'm not going to mention any names. No, the House Finance Committee. So at the end of the day, I'm fully confident that we will not be losing our enforcement division. Because reality will come home. So, okay, we'll open up the hearing on Senate Bill 19 relative to hotel and motel operators. And we have Mr. Grant to come and introduce the bill for us. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. Good to be back before Commerce. My name is Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 19 on behalf of Senator Dan Innes, the bill's prime sponsor. 2 years ago, this legislature passed Senate Bill 245 to remove the antiquated requirement that New Hampshire hotels maintain a physical book or card system with the names of all their guests for public inspection. This statute was a vestige of the analog age. Likewise, New Hampshire currently requires hotels to post a copy of their room rates on the back of the door and at the front desk. This was last amended in 1979. Motels must post their rates on a sign outside under a statute that hasn't been touched since 1959. When travelers are checking rates and getting deals on their phones, there's no need to post the rate schedule in the room or in the parking lot. Senate Bill 19 would repeal these antiquated mandates. Senator Innes thanks you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 19. Thank you.
Great. Do we have any questions from the committee members? Thank you very much.
Start with an easy one.
Nothing's ever easy here. Okay. There we go. All right, so that's Grant Bossy. Okay, so next, Mike Summers from the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association.
We're 20 minutes ahead. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We actually approached Senator Innes to bring this bill forward. I think Mr. Bossy kind of outlined things pretty well. We really made kind of three changes, but the first is based on legislation from last year, we had eliminated the requirement for a booking card system. And then I discovered after the fact that in 353:3:3-B, it still references the booking card system. So we just want to get rid of that line and just go back to the record, which is what was passed by this legislature last year. And then the second and third part of this is to repeal a couple of requirements that are currently in statute, which are very antiquated. I think one of them dates back to the 50s and the other one is to the 70s, I think. One of them is relative to posting of rental rates, which has to do with currently on the back or somewhere in the room, you have to keep a placard that shows what the minimum room rate will be and what the maximum room rate will be. Frankly, I don't think anybody actually does it anyway, and nobody's ever caught it, and nobody enforces this. So, Mr. Chair, I'm just suggesting that maybe we could just repeal that one because it's not actually doing anything. It's just taking up space in the ledger. So, and then the second one is a similar situation, which is if you're going to post your rental rates on a sign outside, which nobody actually does that anymore, that you have to have a minimum and a maximum rate. So really, we're just kind of trying to modernize the hotel statutes is what we're trying to do, bring things up to a little closer to where the industry actually operates. So with that, I am happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, so I guess I'm old enough to remember.
I'm not, Mr. Chairman.
What the intent of this legislation was that that there wouldn't be gouging because of a particular weekend or event that's going on, that all of a sudden the hotel would suddenly be charging much higher than what we would call the rack rate. And so the question now is that should we not be worried? I mean, that was a nanny law that we don't need anymore because, frankly, yes, hotels should be able to charge whatever they damn well please to whoever they damn well please, and not be considered discrimination.
So two comments. The first is that if that was the intent of the statute, it has been woefully unsuccessful. Because we all know that during the peak seasons, the hotel rates are much higher than they are in the off season. I think we expect that, first and foremost. Secondly, I don't know that the state should be in the business of trying to predicate or dictate what hotels are charging for room rates, right? It's what the market will bear. I think we're still a free market economy, I hope. So I think, and frankly, the way hotel rates are nowadays, and I know we all do this because I'm the same way with airlines, hotels, et cetera. The date you book a room can vary wildly. It's like I book it on a Tuesday, it might be $299 a night. I book it on Wednesday, it might be $325 a night. So we have what is called variable pricing now. So it essentially it changes based on the demand, the number of people that are looking at your property, those kinds of things. So this is where AI gets a bit incestuous. But in that space now, I mean, there is no like maximum minimum rate. It's just a floating rate. There is no set rates that anybody actually has. So I'm not sure what this legislation actually monitors.
Well, let's just put it this way. So would you believe the marketplace, in terms of the pressures of worrying about high rates and low rates, is now changed because of competition? Now there are more hotels, more different facilities, more different ways to rent. Okay, more rooms, A, and B, that it's become so sophisticated that literally it's just like airline tickets. The prices are very based upon how many bookings they got, or how many people are on the flight, or how many seats are available. And if you got the last room, that they're going to give you, charge you the highest rent, or that's the last room because nobody wants that room, and therefore that they want to sell it differently. So that is just basically these rates are archaic.
Well, And I will also say that, in the hotel operations, they're really trying to optimize their revenues, right? So they will discount rates to get to a higher occupancy number. So you will see this fluctuation in price points. Some of it's driven by the property trying to get a higher occupancy rate because the more rooms you sell, obviously the better, more profitable your business will be. And then part of it is driven by the demand from the consumer. So I don't know how you would modify this rule to actually have any impact, because right now it's having zero impact because nobody's actually following it. So I'm not
Right.
sure the point, frankly. So really, as we looked at this, through the lens of how business is done today, we just realized that there's some things that just make no sense to have in statute, frankly.
I agree. Yes, Representative Mayon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just trying to understand the bill a little better. I see that it has to do with registered departure dates. That's the section that we're talking about. And you cross out this reference to RSA 353.3, and that's the one that requires the register to be open for inspection. I think we talked about this last term.
Yes, we had this bill last year. Yeah.
So by crossing that out, how does it, because that statute would still be on the books requiring this registry inspection?
So,
Crossing that out, how does that affect the operation of
so
the
my
hotel?
understanding of what it would affect is the requirement in 353:3 for keeping a record of every guest, because we changed it last year. So if you remember, we were trying to change the record requirement from a book and card system, which I couldn't name one hotel operation that actually keeps a book and card system, but that was the statutory requirement. Everybody's doing it digitally now. So we changed that last year. All I realized was I didn't dig far enough in the statute to realize that we needed to eliminate that component of it. So to your question, I would think that the keeping the register open would still be a requirement because it's still in 353:3. But I think what we're getting rid of is that book and card requirement, which makes no sense in today's day and age.
So just follow up.
Further question, may inquire.
Thank you. By crossing it out in this section, registered departure date, we're not recording the departure date we're eliminating the requirement to record the departure date in the registry. And is that the intent? I just assume repeal 355.3, add it to the list at the bottom of things to repeal, but we had that discussion last year.
Well, again,
last term.
I think what this may not redirect back to 353:3, but what it does say is all hotel keepers or all persons keeping public lodging houses, tourist camps, upon the registration of each guest, record the guest's agreed upon departure time and date. So I think it still requires the keeping of the departure date. So I don't think it changes that requirement. It just doesn't point back to the keeping of a book and card system because we no longer have that requirement. We just have the requirement to keep a record. It's a circuitous argument. I'm sorry, but that's the best I could do.
So the way I see the key word here is the guests agreed upon. So this is so that when it's time for the person to check out and the person doesn't and locks themselves into the room, then the hotel says, hey, well, you already agreed.
Or we can reopen it for negotiation of how much we will charge them for the room.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep. Further question.
I guess the disconnect, I think I just figured out how to express it. In the bill, it says, the agreed upon departure date,
Right.
you have to record it, but it disconnects recording it in the registry that can be inspected by police. Recorded could mean anything, right? You could write it on a slip of paper and put it in a drawer. So it's by crossing out that reference to 355.3, the concept of the registry disappears from this paragraph. But if that makes sense.
I guess I would sort of disagree because the other part of the statute, I mean, you may have it in front of you. I don't have it in front of me right this second. It basically says you have to keep a record of each guest, right? And so by keeping that record in that section, I think you're still tied to having the register be open and available for inspection. So I get your point that the two are not connected necessarily, but I'm not necessarily sure that it needs to because it's somewhat repetitive in each of the sections of the statute.
Right. So just I understand you were saying, like, let's go further. But in the end of the day, the hotels do want to have that agreement. They want
Yes.
to know when that person is going to come out and it was to leave. And theoretically, that would have been done on their computer transaction when they booked the room.
Yeah, and as we all know now, I mean, almost nobody calls up and actually makes a reservation. Maybe some do, but for the most part, most part it's done digitally, and so it would automatically have it as a record of the date you arrived, the date you depart, et cetera.
Yeah, the hotel I was at last night, notwithstanding that I was there because I'm a part owner of the hotel, and I stayed for the meet. I was there for the board meeting, and so never thought that I needed to call down and say what I needed the extra time before I check out. And their computer system just shuts off the keys at 1 o'clock,
Right.
no matter what. So in this case, it statutorily, they would want us to give them that plausible, hey, listen, you knew that you were not, you had to be out of your body.
Correct. And with the
How do you wanna
digital
call it?
card systems now, even if it's on your phone or however it might be, but because it's all digital now, you can legitimately shut off access. So the minute they leave the room, you can no longer get back into the room. I've had the same situation happen, but I also assume that as the owner, you probably get a little more flexibility on the departure time.
That's what I thought they would check me out.
Well,
but
but
it
the
was done
system-
by computer. The
but
computer doesn't
The
know who
system's
I'm an owner.
automated, so nobody actually goes in and pushes the button. It just
That's right.
happens.
Exactly.
Right?
Just threw me out. So, Representative Burrows.
Just a quick question. Let's say that, I've done this a number of times. You have a reservation for 2 days. The legislature goes till 3 a.m, so you want another hotel room, and you've it's advised them that you're going to do that. They say, fine, come back. Can they jack up my rate, or do they have to inform me that they're going to jack up the rate on that day?
Frankly, I don't know that I would say jack up the rate, but it's going to be whatever the rate is at that time. And that's not even really dictated by the person at the front desk who's taking your call, your reservation. It's dictated by the computer system in the back that's doing all the verifications about what's the demand right now, what's our occupancy rate, et cetera. What I would suggest you always do is ask, hey, I'm here for da-da-da-da, can you give me a better rate? And most of them will negotiate that with you. Yes.
Right, and quick follow-up. So they are under no obligation to tell you, oh, by the way, if you stay over, it's going to be this amount instead of that amount.
Probably, I don't know there's necessarily a requirement to do that now, but I would, as a consumer, I would always ask that question,
Right.
obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, just curious, because
Yeah,
I do
and-
that all the time.
But the one thing I will also say is whenever you're talking to a hotel front desk or something, they are almost always empowered to negotiate a better rate for you. You just have to ask.
Good to know.
Yep.
Thanks.
Representative Spear.
Thank you. Excuse me, when I read this, in the bill, that paragraph is in 353 colon B, 3. I read it to mean that the only part of 353 colon 3 that does not apply is the book and card system. Is that what you meant?
Correct.
And everything else of that thing was going to stay the same? Just that one piece?
That is the intent and that's our understanding, yes.
Guess we read it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, good. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair, for taking my question. My question is when we basically go to any hotel in the last minute for a 1 day or 2 day stay, can they not put any price for that day right above the receptionist?
Technically, yes.
Because I don't see that. So basically, it all depends on my negotiation power,
Correct.
whereas every customer should treat it same way. So at least that price should be given and displayed in front of everybody.
Well, so there's a requirement right now. You're supposed to have the maximum minimum price on the front desk, and I couldn't I couldn't point to a hotel in New Hampshire that actually has that. So basically, nobody's doing it now, and nobody's enforcing it. So what's the point of the law?
Yeah, but it is basically may I ask a follow-up?
Further question, you
Thank
may
you.
inquire.
Can we basically at least protect the customer interest by enforcing that law, at least a price or something like that? Because
I have to be
Here-
honest,
so-
honest with you. The problem, as I see it, is that that right now, I would say the number one problem, and unfortunately Representative Giz is under the weather, and she will say, is that every time you go to book a hotel online, you got to be careful who you're booking it with, okay? Because the hotel itself you got to scroll down to go find it, okay? Because it's bookings and all these other ones up in front. So their rates are different than what the hotel rates are. So I can easily understand why a hotel does not, put those rates right there on the front of the cash register, because Now the customer is going to come in and says, "What do you mean this is your rate? I booked it with these other guys, and how did I?" Well, you got to go cancel that and then rebook. I mean, nobody wants that stress. And I would say the problem now is that literally the prices can change within an hour, simply because the computer is changing the prices. So to have a schedule in saying what is the right rate is physically impossible. I mean, I just don't know how we could ever regulate or enforce it. I mean, how do we get them to make sure that is the rate this hour?
Okay, may I ask a follow-up to you?
Yes,
Because
sure.
that is basically definitely protecting the business, not the customer.
That is a way to look at it. Sure,
And
yeah.
certainly the customers basically who are not using online, they are not that much into the way to find out the right price. So if we can always say that this is the price if you book with the hotel, that is a very clear instruction right there.
Yeah, so that would be the state is not legislating that we're going to tell the hotels that they need to have posted what the rates that they will guarantee anybody who walks in for.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there will be this people who is walking in the last minute, they are not prepared for the best rate.
Well, that's the
So-
whole point. I would venture to say there's very few people who walk in. Most people will call up by phone and say, "What is your rate?" Okay, or A or B is, "Do you have availability?" Okay, so I think this is a brave new world, and I'm not sure this legislature is ready to mandate that. Or I say that in this case, we're now repealing that is the statute.
And
And
Mr. Chairman,
that they're
I-
breaking the law along.
two quick comments, if I may. First and foremost, if you want to continue to require us to have a minimum maximum rate, we're just going to put a maximum of $5,000 a night. Right. So we're just going to put some an enormous arbitrary number, because then we would be within the maximum minimum price, and we can still set the price, and the price will be the price. It is what it is. So it just becomes a nonsensical argument from a statutory standpoint. And then secondarily, the question becomes, well, if we're going to enforce it, well, who's going to enforce it? Because nobody's even knocking on our door and asking the question now. So who would do that? Are you going to ask local police to do that? Is it going to be liquor enforcement? There is no hotel
Oh,
police. that
it
I'm
would
aware
have
of.
to be the fire department, because they're the ones who are actually enforcing that you put the map on the door to tell you how to get out of that room when there's a
Yeah,
fire.
but that's a separate requirement. I guarantee you, none of them look at whether or not we have room rates
No,
posted.
I'm sure they don't. I'm just saying that would be who. I mean, much like we have tobacco being regulated by the Liquor Commission, that the one people who are forcing anything when it comes to what's posted in a room is the fire department, and that's occupancy and.
Well, and I think to Representative Salvi's point is that it should be posted at the front desk, if I'm
Also,
not mistaken,
right,
right?
yeah.
So, and that is a requirement as well, which is part of this, but
Yep.
ultimately, that requirement, nobody's meeting that requirement now, and nobody's ever called us on it, and I guarantee you, there's not a fire department in New Hampshire that's actually checked that. Yeah, well, it's part of this, so it would take that away as well.
What was your question? I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, Representative Thaxton.
So I'm very much in support of this piece of legislation. It strikes me that this is terribly antiquated. As someone who travels fairly frequently, what percentage of people are booking their rooms online? I would have to think, I haven't booked a room, wandered into a motel at 11 o'clock at night and say, hey, I haven't done that like in 30 years.
I mean, I don't have an actual statistic for you, but it's got to be north of 90%, probably north of 95%, frankly, at this point.
Right. And enforceability is the heart of the problem. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See, I told you nothing's ever easy in this committee.
But I love coming to see you guys.
Right. Well, you're not going away. All right. So I assume that's everyone who wants to speak on this bill. You want to show? It stopped. And there it is. There's former Representative Carson. How nice to see you. You have an opinion on this bill? No, 19? No, we're doing 19. Okay. Okay, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 19. And it was already 10:30, so we can do in Senate Bill. And Adam, I'm sorry. When I walked out, I knew you would probably want to see me, but I ran up here, so sorry. Sure, absolutely. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on, which one are we doing now?
280.
280. All right, okay. And Grant, you gonna be? Oh, okay, we got somebody else who's introducing the bill. Max Taylor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Max Taylor, and I am the legislative aide to Senator Ricciardi. I'm here today on her behalf to introduce Senate Bill 280 FN, which requires a food delivery service to enter into an agreement with a food service establishment or food retail store before offering delivery service from that restaurant. For 2 years, this requirement was a part of New Hampshire law and helped significantly reduce the problems restaurants faced when third-party platforms listed them without consent. However, that language has since sunsetted, and the issues are starting to reemerge. Senate Bill 280 FN simply restores this practical safeguard. It ensures that delivery companies cannot claim to represent a restaurant or process its orders without the restaurant's explicit approval. This protects the integrity of the restaurant's brand and prevents confusion and frustration for both business owners and consumers. By reestablishing this agreement-based standard, SB 280 FN supports fairness, transparency, and the rights of local food establishments to control how their businesses is represented. Senator Ricciardi urges the committee to pass SB 280 FN and provide continued support to New Hampshire's restaurant industry. Thank you. Thank you for your time. For any questions, I'll have to defer to the people behind me because I am not an expert.
Adventure, we probably know more about this bill than you do. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you
you.
very much. Okay, Chair will call on. You're not going to ask him a question, no? Oh, you, okay, that's fine.
You're gonna
It's
testify.
Just,
I want to say something.
yes, go ahead, Representative Spear. This is a would you believe?
Would you believe,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
that means you don't have to
2
answer
weeks,
it.
right, you don't have to answer this, but I love this bill. 2 weeks ago, I used DoorDash to pick up something from a restaurant. It was 5-6 hours later when I called the restaurant and the food never showed up, that they said, well, we don't have a deal with DoorDash. They had no right to take that from you. And so as a result of that, then it took about a week and a half to get the money back. So I think it's really important that we do this. Just saying.
Would you believe? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mike.
For the record, Mike Summers, President and CEO, New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. Deja vu all over again. We've done this a few years ago. As the person who introduced the bill mentioned, this sunsetted a couple of years ago. The reason we actually didn't realize that it had sunsetted, we found out that it had sunsetted because restaurants started calling us with problems. And I appreciate the fact that there's already some support on this committee for this particular initiative. But the bottom line is this. Food delivery companies obviously become a very important part of the ecosystem within the restaurant industry, delivering food for our businesses, et cetera. The only thing we're asking for is they need to have a working relationship because they are representing both the brand of our restaurant. There should also be certain understandings and controls in place, like what should the delivery fee be for the restaurant? What should the time be from the time they pick up an order to it gets delivered? Because the last thing we want as a restaurant is to have a consumer say publicly that 5 or 6 hours after I ordered my food, I still didn't get food, and then it took me 2 weeks to get reimbursed, and the restaurant had no idea that this transaction had happened. So I think these are the things we're trying to avoid. We're trying to set it up so that it becomes, from the consumer standpoint, they're expecting that it's going to be kind of this synergistic relationship. And frankly, it can be, but it's not always. And so by having this requirement that they have to have an arrangement in place, I think we can get to those synergies. And we have examples of restaurants that have great working relationships with DoorDash, Uber Eats, et cetera, because they have these agreements in place that were required under the previous law. Where it's become a real problem is for newer businesses or businesses where their agreements might have expired and they've not been able to renew them or whatever it might be. There are also smaller delivery companies that are popping up that are creating some friction within the system. So bottom line is, when we had this in place, it was nice and smooth. Everybody knew what was expected. The customer understood what was happening or was getting what they expected. And so we're just looking to put this back in place the way it was. I don't think we actually changed any of the language, frankly.
I hope not.
I don't believe we did.
Yes.
I was afraid to because I knew you'd have a problem.
Yes, I was in the room when this passed. Probably when the one who came up with the sunset idea too, but it was done for COVID.
You slipped that one by us, so we're back to fix that, yes. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be
Well,
happy to try-
having the sunset gives us a chance to revisit and making sure everything, worked well. And so I'm glad we're doing it. And I have seen restaurants put a sign on the door saying that, that they have a relationship with somebody,
Right.
which is good because cross marketing.
It works well when the system's in place,
I
yes.
think so. Okay, Representative Ammon.
A quick question. So a business has a trademark registered with the state. That's their intellectual property. I can't advertise that I am that business or I represent that business. I mean, isn't there some angle there that,
But they kind of are, because what
They
they're
are,
doing is, I don't want to cast aspersions on anybody, but what a company will do is they'll say, hey, order from our delivery company and you can order from the XYZ restaurant.
Right.
And then they'll have a menu posted. And so as the consumer, you think, oh, great, this is from XYZ restaurant, except that it's not. They grab that logo and menu from the restaurant and they post it on their website. And the issue is, more often than not, as menus change in the restaurant space, it's no longer the current menu. So not only are they using our intellectual property and misrepresenting that they're working with us or in partnership with us, but most of the information they have on the website is wrong. So within these agreements are things like, yes, you have the right to use our intellectual property in a limited fashion. Yes, you have to make sure that the menus are updated and correct and those kinds of things. So again, that's why these agreements are fantastic.
Representative Teresa, then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the agreement that you are referring here, is it how long the initial agreement has to be and how often there needs to be revisited and the renewal? Do you have some idea about that?
So it depends on the restaurant. And frankly, I don't know that you want to legislate how long the agreement must be, et cetera, et cetera. I think you just want to have the requirement. And that way, the restaurant can have a 2-year deal with it. And again, what I think has happened previously is that they will sign on with a delivery company for 2 years. After 2 years, they can reevaluate. Is this the right company? Do they fit our culture? Are they doing what we expect of them contractually? And if they're not, maybe we look at one of their competitors to replace them. So I think this becomes contract law, and I don't know that you necessarily want to put that in statute. I think you want to just focus on the requirement that you must have the agreement in place.
Yeah, I would say that was one of the reasons why we put the sunset, was that this committee is reluctant to get into contracts between two businesses. We don't normally do that. And so that's probably one of the reasons we had the sunset created. Representative Petroselli.
Thank you very much for taking my question. So we're basically unsunsetting a statute that was previously in law. And do you know if there were any issues or problems when it was a law, and any issues or problems with the contract process?
So I will say that when the law went into effect, there was obviously a transition period while everyone got on board and understood what the requirements were. From a contract standpoint, I think most folks have figured out through their attorneys, et cetera. So I think the contracts were fine. Obviously, there were whatever their terms might be. I think where the problems began to bubble up is after it sunsetted at the end of 2023, I believe it was. By the summer of 2024, I was getting phone calls. So clearly, within a 5-6 month period, problems had started to develop again. So obviously, what we're asking, to your question, is we're just asking to reinstate what had been in statute before.
Okay. Representative Selvi.
Thank you, Chair, for taking my question. So now I will ask you the same question what I asked in the past, during the last one, okay? Who is going to monitor this? We are putting the rule in place. Now, as a customer, if I call DoorDash, am I going to ask this, you have an agreement with this restaurant?
No, the restaurants are going to monitor this because this is the restaurants being represented by a third-party company. So the restaurants and their attorneys are going to monitor this. And I will say, prior to the first version, when this law was first in place, we had situations where restaurants had filed cease and desist letters with various delivery companies because they were misrepresenting menus, the pricing was wrong, et cetera. They had items on a menu that were no longer on a menu. The restaurant legitimately couldn't make the item. They didn't have the products. So really, the monitors for this are going to be the restaurants themselves because, again, to the question earlier, this is their intellectual property and they are protecting it. And this gives them the mechanism to do that.
May I ask a follow-up
Further
question?
question, you may inquire.
Are they going to put some kind of a thing on their website that they are having a contract with these people, so that as a customer, when I'm basically going over there, I know that who is having a contract with DoorDash, so I can call it through them. So I have an option. So if they are basically the one who is going to execute the contract terms, they need to display that on their website so that as a customer, I'm not getting confused.
The problem is the customer right now, their anticipation is when they order from DoorDash or whomever, that product is being delivered as a relationship. So when you order it from a third-party platform, your expectation as a customer is you have no idea whether they have a relationship now. Zero idea. So really what you're saying is a customer expectation is when I order it from this third-party platform, that order was placed with the restaurant knows about it, and everybody is working to make sure that food gets to me in a timely fashion so that it's hot, it's fresh, et cetera, et cetera. That's not necessarily happening. And that's the reason for the statute, so that there will be that synergy that the restaurants and the third-party delivery companies are all working together to make sure that you as the customer get a seamless experience and you get what you're expecting.
One more follow-up question.
Okay.
So if I'm not getting a service, whom I should blame, restaurant or a delivery company?
I think, as in all things, it should be whomever you order from. So if you order from the restaurant, because here's the point. If you order from the restaurant will now have a relationship with a third-party delivery company. So if you order from the restaurant will then be responsible to make sure that the third-party company delivers on what they committed to. If you order from a third-party company, then you need to talk to the third-party company because that's who you ordered it from. They're responsible for it.
Okay.
Whoever you gave your credit card number to,
Correct.
they're the ones responsible.
Yeah, I agree on that, but that particular delivery company doesn't have any contract with me that they have to serve me, because they are basically, if I say that I want to take order from restaurant A, okay, they will take it because they want a business. They will take that thing whether they have a
Right, but we're making a law that says they better have an agreement with that restaurant or they can't take that order.
Okay, then I need to go to the consumer. I need to report a complaint about that delivery company.
All you have to do is call that restaurant and let them know what happened. And believe you me, they got legal beagles that'll go after that company.
Yes, because that's where cease and desist letters will then become part of it. So yes, the restaurants will protect their intellectual property.
All right.
It's a self-policing system. It's the best
Yeah.
kind of statute.
Yeah, that's right. Because it's
Bit
contracts
complicated,
between
but
business
that's
to business.
okay.
So, all right, we all set? Okay, Representative Sharice.
Thank you, Chairman. So actually, this conversation actually confused me further. You're trying to put a statute, and you're not saying that who is going to monitor it. Then how that will be followed, or how that will be put in practice if nobody is monitoring the breakage of those statute? Who is going to penalize those?
So look at this a different way. This is about intellectual property, which is the restaurant brand, its menu, everything that it
Exactly.
does. So the intellectual property will now be protected by the restaurant because they have the right to do that. Because currently there is no real right for them to do that. They can argue, send cease and desist letters, but there is no requirement that the third-party delivery companies necessarily comply.
Okay, thank you.
Now they'll have a law they can appoint to.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more cards. We will close the public hearing. Right? House Senate Bill 280. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 162 and hear from Senator Birdswell. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, thank you. Do you mind if the AG sits with me? 'Cause
No problem.
He helped me write it.
Okay.
So thank you for hearing Senate Bill 162. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here as the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 162. We are here again from last year. As you know, this is my second time bringing forward the bill. It's a much tailored down version of what I brought forward last year. And for the new people here, I first became interested in this issue after the Chinese company Fufeng had purchased agricultural land in North Dakota near Grand Forks Air Force Base. And Grand Forks Air Force Base houses the nation's most sensitive drone technology and is the backbone to our military communications globally. We must make sure this does not happen in New Hampshire. Land purchases by our adversaries and our adversaries in our country near our military bases, airports, and other critical infrastructures are a national security threat. This is a growing area of concern, and it's getting worse each year. In 2010, according to the USDA, there were 13,700 acres of agricultural land held by China, and in the U.S. by 2020, China held at least 352,140 acres of agricultural land. The federal government has looked into taking some action recently on this issue, but in a bipartisan way. They haven't done much since, though. So it's really up to the states to kind of take care of it. I did have a conversation with the Congressman Pappas's office back in September, as well as his chief of staff brought in a member of CFIUS, which is an organization that looks at land purchases throughout the U.S. She was a former member of CFIUS, and her impression was that CFIUS is not really doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're very slow to act, and she believes, and so does Congress Pappas's office, believe that it's up to the states now to try and protect themselves. So this bill has been, like I said, this bill has been narrowly tailored from the bill I filed last year. Senate Bill 162 prohibits any employee or agent of certain governments known as foreign principals from buying or leasing property in New Hampshire within 10 miles of our most critical military installations. And these governments we added from last year, we added China, Russia, Syria, Iran, and North Korea. Every individual or entity will be required to sign a qualified renter purchaser affidavit when they buy or lease a property within 10 miles of 6 specific critical military bases. The affidavit requires individuals and entities to attest that they are not a foreign principal for China, Russia, Syria, Iran, and North Korea. Acquisition of property in violation of the statute will be a Class A misdemeanor when committed by a natural person and a Class B felony when committed by an entity. And violations may be referred for prosecution to county attorneys, and the AG may bring forward a forfeiture. The bill was amended in committee to clarify responsibilities to realtors to address some concerns they raised in the hearing. This affidavit will now follow a similar process as the lead notifications that are already required by statute when someone purchases or rents a property in our state. The seller, leaser, or landlord or their agent shall provide written notice to the buyer, leasee, or tenant. They are required to file this affidavit if the property is within the 10-mile radius. There was also some concern from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle about the 10-mile radius. We did not pick this number randomly. This is This is the absolute minimum radius. Security experts from our military have told us we need to ensure that this bill is effective in preventing any espionage near our military bases. So I don't think we can stand idly by while our adversaries are either purchasing land near our critical military bases. And I did want to list the military bases. I did have a conversation with Space Force, the director of Space Force. They are one of them. I also had a conversation with the Adjutant General's office, asked them if there were any concerns about the our National Guard facilities in the state, and they did give me a list of them. And it's in the bill, but it's the New Hampshire National Guard in Concord, New Hampshire. I believe that's our main base. The New Hampshire Army Aviation Support Facility in Concord, the Readiness Center of the 197th Artillery Brigade in Manchester, Pease Air Force Air National Guard Base in Portsmouth, the New Boston Space Force in New Boston, and the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard in Portsmouth. Also, I found out after the fact that the other side, the main side of Portsmouth Naval Shipyard has been protected by Maine. So they are doing something to protect their naval shipyard. So with that, I will take any questions, and the AG's office is here to also answer any concerns you had about implementation.
Representative Spear.
This is certainly tighter than it was before.
You are right.
But one of the things I noticed is that if students, if somebody, I want to quote it properly, a company development or any other entity organization where principal place of business in a foreign country of concern. So somebody has a son or something, a daughter that they want to send over to Dartmouth or wherever might be within 10 miles of one of these bases, and especially in Portsmouth where there's a lot, a student wouldn't be able to rent housing there?
Thank you. For the record, Associate Attorney General Christopher Bond. Thank you for the question, Representative Spear. So no, under my reading, a student would not be prohibited here because the definition of foreign principal, it prohibits purchase or lease or all of the prohibited activities for a government or a government official, a company, development or entity, or a natural person who is an agent of a foreign country. So a natural person, only a natural person who is an agent of the foreign country is prohibited. B is only entities. So an entity is prohibited. A company, it's not an officer of the company, it's just the company. So a student is not a company, development, or other entity organized under the laws of or having a principal place of business in a foreign country of concern. If you're suggesting that, that student's parents might own such a company, that wouldn't prohibit here because a natural person, as long as the person doing the buying or renting is not an employee or agent of a foreign country of concern, they would not be prohibited.
Well, to follow up on that question, my vague knowledge of communism is that everyone works for the country, for the government.
Yeah.
Everyone does.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Representative Hunt. We actually, that was addressed at one of the Senate hearings, or maybe in the listening session this summer. But that's absolutely right, and that's one of the reasons why companies are prohibited here, because in the United States, obviously, we have a separation between private commercial enterprises and government. They don't have such a distinction.
No, I'm talking about the natural person.
Yep.
In other words, everyone is your employer is the country. In other words, isn't that the whole point of communism? Is that we're all for one for all?
Yes, yes. So I think
how does that? We're to say here that we're saying who is an employee or an agent of the foreign country, so they have to prove to somebody if someone was questioned that they're not, if they are a citizen of People's Republic of China,
right?
Doesn't that mean they are a foreign agent?
Sir, so two things about that. One is, I agree. I'm sure the government of China sees it that way. They think that any person who's their citizen is their agent, or at least their agent in waiting who they can control. The United States doesn't recognize that distinction. We don't recognize that. So we have constitutional protections for individuals that are foreign nationals. So it would be constitutionally and that's the second point. It would be constitutionally problematic if we were to say foreign nationals writ large can't do this. Some states have tried to take that approach, and they've had their laws enjoined by the federal courts saying you can't do that. So, but two things. One, we don't have to recognize that simply because China recognizes that. We can recognize that individual persons who are citizens of other powers can act on their own behest, even if their government doesn't acknowledge that. We just want to pull out the people that are actively working in a capacity as their agent at that time when they make the purchase. That's what we're trying to screen for here. And secondly, even if we wanted to take a broader approach, we would run into constitutional limitations doing that.
Okay, maybe we'll need to clarify it in the bill too. Okay, Representative Thaxton.
So,
Yes, I will get you next, Chris.
my question is about the list of facilities. I understand that the government provided you with that list, and I guess whatever they say is fine. I know that in the city of Keene, we have 2 National Guard facilities. And so, and I don't know what the other towns have. So I'm curious, you know, as a civilian, I look at them and go, well, I've got a lot of big guns and stuff there. So,
Well, thank you for the question. My question to the Adjutant General, when I put together the list of National Guard, I asked them specifically, are there any areas of concern security-wise that handle high security issues? And these are the bases that he gave us. So if it's one where they do their active duty, they may not necessarily deal with national security.
Okay, Representative Henry. Excuse me, Chris, sorry, Herbert. I'm sorry, I did that again. I knew what Chris Henry, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
My question is, well, my observation is, number one, I know for a fact that the 2 most intertwined economic nations are China and the U.S. So it's going to be very difficult to unwind a lot of that. I'm not joking. If they're doing agriculture in the middle of, you know, that kind of land, I would wonder what the tariff would be. But so that's just an example of a problem. I like the idea of saying these are military installations, obvious military installations, and so obviously we wouldn't want them surrounded by some questionable people. So I'm in favor of that, of course, but I'm not in favor of unwinding the rest of the system in the United States that is part of the Chinese system, because those two nations are more intertwined than any other 2 nations on the planet. So it's going to be difficult. I agree with the sense of this, but I'm just pointing out it's going to be unwinding it is going to be problematic.
Well, we're not looking to unwind anything except going forward. We're looking at monitoring those entities, Iran, Iraq, Iran, North Korea, China, from purchasing any land near our military installations. We're only worried about New Hampshire. We can't worry about what's happening in some of the other states. I will say some of the other states, and Hawaii just passed theirs unanimously through the Senate, and it's going into the House. And they have real concerns because they are so close to China. But so it's more or less a bipartisan issue, as seen from Congressman Pappas's office, where they're getting extremely concerned about this.
Representative Petroselli.
Me, Porcelli?
Patelli, I'm sorry.
You're having difficulty
I'm
with
having a
that.
bad day here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this forward. That you alluded to my question, which is in the New England, has there been legislation like this passed in any of the New England states?
The only one that has come close to it is Maine, where they did protect the northern portion of Portsmouth Naval Shipyard.
Was it similar? Was the bill similar? Do you happen to know?
I'm not
Or the
sure.
provisions?
I can get the answer for you, but in speaking with the former CFIUS employee, she did say that Maine has protected their northern portion of the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. I can find out exactly how they did that.
Thank you.
Okay. And Representative Sullivan is next.
Thank
See, I
you.
don't figure I could screw up your name too.
I'm honored you remembered my name. Okay, so I'm just just more of sort of the logistics of this. It seems like we're going to be imposing some additional red tape onto property owners buying or selling in these areas. And so how did you settle on, for example, having to, within one business day, deliver a notarized affidavit to the Attorney General's office? How does that process work, first of all? And why? It seems really abrupt. I mean, people are busy. Maybe you need more time. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's reasonable. And then my other question is just sort of like, is this to use the chair's terms often, like a prophylactic bill? Like, is it in search of a problem, or is this actually a problem where there's been actual examples beyond? I know you used an example of the farm in North Dakota, but is there actually evidence of any espionage happening, or is it just a fear because we don't like China, and so therefore we're going to like try to create these barriers to them?
So
Sorry, that was two questions, but
to get back to your first question, what it does, it has nothing to do with the seller. Nothing is on the back of the seller.
Right, it's on the people who buy or lease or
It's the
whatever.
buyer, and the real estate agent just has to notify anyone who's interested in the property. If you are from any of these areas, you need to let us know. That's it. Am I right? Okay.
That's not how I read it. It says within one day, business day of getting the keys or the codes or whatever, you have to submit a notarized affidavit to the Attorney General's office.
Once the purchase happens,
Right.
it's just an affidavit during the purchase, much like you do the lead affidavit.
Okay.
And then all the real estate agent has to do is forward that to the AG's office,
see.
and then it's
Okay.
on to the AG's office. Your second question.
Well,
The second question
Is there any
was,
examples of this actually being a problem, or is it
Yep,
just
and
looking
I'm-
for a problem?
unfortunately, I don't see the director of Space Force here, but they are extremely concerned. They've had, they know that the purchase of the land around Space Force in New Boston is up for sale. They also have been, when I spoke with them a week or so ago at a hearing, they have also noticed that there are now drones flying around their Space Force facility. So it's becoming a major concern for them.
Okay. One more question. So I'm just
Question
curious. I mean,
inquiry.
that's great. So they're worried about something, but I'm just curious, and I think it'd be really important if this has happened, or if there's any examples of in the North Dakota situation. Has there been an example where we think something has been compromised somewhere in the country because Chinese or another foreign agent has bought land near a facility that is sensitive, and because of that, our nation's security has been compromised? I mean, are we aware of that, or are we just afraid it could happen someday?
There are a number of cases, for instance, where, like the Fufang issue in North Dakota, where they did purchase land near their military base. The director of their security on the North Dakota facility notified the supervisors that he's very concerned about what they're planning on doing. There have also been cases in some of our farming states where they have, this is where the purchase of acreage has happened. They have purchased acreage and they're selling black market marijuana. It's happening in Maine. They've purchased a number of pieces of land in Maine, and they are selling black market marijuana up there. So it is happening around us.
But is that national security?
No,
I mean,
but
black market, that's just an illegal thing to do. My question is there an example where our nation's security has somehow been compromised because of any of these examples? And if you don't know the answer, that's okay. But I think that would be really helpful for us on the committee and other people as we think through this, is whether or not this is actually a problem, or if we're just thinking this could become a problem.
Well, I think it is becoming a problem based on what's happened in North Dakota and in future stopping it before it happens.
Okay, so it's more
So
proactive.
this North Dakota case, there was actual attempt to steal codes, or they have some evidence that whoever the Chinese national bought that property actually did attempt to get something from
The director of security of that facility was very worried that they had, yes,
He was worried that they had, but he had no evidence that they actually
because they
did.
wouldn't let him investigate.
And is that they still have this land? What was the
think-
upshot of it?
I believe, I'm getting confused between Arkansas, but I think in one of the states they have they've pulled the land back from them. I'm not sure it's North Dakota, it might be Arkansas.
Right.
I'm not sure if I think they have Fufeng had to sell that property.
They made him sell the property.
I have one more question. Well, you cut me off when I wasn't.
I
quite-
know, but
So my other question is, my last question, I promise. Have you done any sort of analysis to see if anybody who would be in violation of this law currently owns or leases something in these spaces? And if so, are we going to just force them to move right away?
No, we can't move backwards, we can only move forward.
I'm all done.
Okay, Representative Burrows.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Have you ever considered adding terrorist organizations to the list? Somebody might be affiliated with Hamas, Hezbollah.
I have not, but it's a good thought.
I mean, seriously, you think it's a good thought, or is it funny? I mean, I'm not mocking you. I don't know.
I'm just worried about the for the national security aspect of it. I think that would be another piece of legislation
Okay.
that would have to go through.
All right, thank you.
So the question, I just want to make sure I know, that's right. For someone who leases property, I don't use a realtor. So when I sign a lease with somebody, I have to have them sign this document, and I have to disclose that they need to sign it, and I need to be the one who chases them down and make sure it gets sent to the AG's office.
As far as I'm concerned, if you don't use a realtor, or if anyone who leases property, that you ask the question, and then once they sign the lease, they sign their affidavit, and you just forward it to the AG's office, and then it's on to the AG.
So for those people who have verbal leases, they still got to get this thing. They still need to have an affidavit
Only if
signed.
they're within 10 miles of a military base.
Well, so my next question is I do vacation rental. Is that a lease?
Yeah, vacation rentals would be covered by this, yeah. So
Okay.
like a
So,
short-term.
okay, so now in this case, my realtor, if you want to call it that, is Airbnb, HomeAway. Are they because they're the ones who are getting the lease. They're the ones who are getting the contract. They're the ones who are taking the money. So are they how what's the consequence? I mean, I guess my first question is, wouldn't that kind of make someone not want to rent in New Hampshire
Sorry,
if they
we're
have to
discussing
sign?
it.
Yeah, if someone had to rent, if I said, okay, you got to, they're big on this instant renting now. Okay. And instant, so that means that person has to, when they sign up, and then they're not, how are they going to get a stamp and everything is online? How are they going to get this affidavit signed by a notary if they're just coming for a weekend?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of the reason why there is this 60-day cure, so that if we find that someone has not provided an affidavit, we give them an opportunity to cure. But yeah, I mean, I think the logic of including any contract to occupy or control the premises is just the testimony we heard from the Space Force was about line of sight proximity to where they're sending signals to their satellites is easily interceptable at those ranges, and they don't need a lot of time. So a short-term vacation rental would be a perfect opportunity for the foreign principals to do exactly what the bill is concerned about.
Right. So you don't want to exempt them. I got that. You really want them, but I'm just saying is that basically it's one thing getting these people to sign up and give their credit card, and now I'm going to have to get them to fill out some paperwork with it, take it to the notary and have it notarized, and then get it back to who? To Home Away or me, or send it to the Attorney Generals. And I understand there's a 60-day cure, but I mean, this is basically saying, putting up the sign saying don't rent in New Hampshire because they've got this nonsense about an affidavit that you got to sign.
You went on a little long there, Mr. Chair. What was the question?
Okay. How do you think anybody would want to rent or do vacation rental in New Hampshire if they find out that they are required to print this piece of paper, go down to a notary and have it stamped and have it mailed in and get it to the Attorney General? And I don't even know who's going to make sure they do all this. I know you're saying the 60-day cure, but I'm just saying aren't you basically saying, putting out a sign saying don't rent in New Hampshire because you're going to have all this in paperwork that you're going to be required to do to prove that you're not a foreigner that's connected to their government?
I think at this point, we have more of a problem of trying to get rentals in here, basically we're losing rental tourism from Canada. I don't think filing or filling out an affidavit, we do it when we vote. I don't think that filling out an affidavit when you're going to rent, my stepdaughter and her husband do Airbnbs. They
Right.
have no problem. They have a piece of property up in Campton. They won't have a problem at having that question asked and forward the information. So I think we've got more of a problem trying to get tourism in here than having to have them fill out a piece of paper.
So you understand, you think it's perfectly fine that we are then going to, when we ask someone to rent or vacation rental for a weekend in New Hampshire, that we're going to force them to go find a notary and have the document that they're not a foreigner. You think that that's just fine? That there's no problem with that, and this is a wonderful mandate onto anybody who wants to come to New Hampshire for a vacation rental.
First of all, it's only within 10 miles of a military base. And number two, if it means they're not going to be spying on our military facilities, yes.
Okay. In that 10 miles, is that as bird flies? I mean, how does someone know if they're within 10 miles? Are we supposed to take a compass and say, take their property line? And how is someone supposed to know where the 10-mile line is?
Yeah, the definition of 10 miles is, I believe, the shortest distance from the perimeter of one property to the perimeter of the institution. Let me see. Within 10 miles, I think it's within 10 miles of a protected facility means any real property within 10 miles of measured as the shortest distance between any portion of the real property's perimeter and any portion of the protected facility's perimeter. We chose that definition because we thought it would be easy to just figure out on a map, because you don't have to figure out the roads, or it's just as the crow flies, the shortest distance from one boundary to the other. And of course, if it was really, really close, within, a tenth of a mile, and someone wasn't sure, there would obviously be no harm in submitting an affidavit that was unnecessary.
Except it's a hassle to go out and get it notarized, this piece of paper notarized.
That's right. It's a
for a
hassle to take your
vacation
shoes off at
rental,
the
for a
airport as
2-day
well.
rental.
Nobody likes to do that, but we, and I mean, and that's your decision. If you decide that this isn't something you're, concerned about, but yeah, it
Okay.
is an additional obligation.
Got it. Representative Paxton.
So I have sort of a two-part on the issue of this disclosure. The first part is and I'm a real estate broker, and for the last at least 25 years, probably closer to 30, we've had to disclose all kinds of stuff. And I worked in Maryland before that. We had to disclose the location of the nearest heliport. Okay. So we don't have that here. My concern, but we do have agency disclosures that we have to have signed. We do have lead paints that we have to have signed. My concern is that this is another form to have signed that from a real estate broker's perspective, not actually a big deal. My concern is the part where it has to be notarized and it has to be sent off to the Attorney General's office. And many years ago or several years ago, the state decided that it was important to have a form signed at time of transfer where the buyer and the seller certified to the DRA that the price that they recorded and reflected in the stamp transfer stamps was in fact the actual legitimate sales price. So all the attorneys and title companies dutifully started filling out this form and sending them off to the DRA, which had no budget and no place to put them. So they threw them in a box in the basement for about 10 years till somebody finally set aside money to, you work in the Attorney General's office. What are you going to do if next Wednesday you have 400 of these forms hit your office going, what the hell do we do with these? Box in the basement. So in real estate land, it is typically the agent and the participants in the transaction who keep these documents on file. And we have a positive responsibility for maintaining these forms. My question would be, in the scenario that Representative Hunt has played out, if I have a Airbnb property, I do, although it's not within 10 miles of a military base, but we do have to do agency disclosures. We do have to do all those things, but we retain those records. And if there's an issue, that's where either the Real Estate Commission or the Attorney General's office, some horrible series of events, would want these things. But that's our responsibility as practitioners or as property owners to retain those. Would it not be easier to simply have them like every other real estate disclosure and have the burden for retention of those on the participants in the transaction rather than sending them off to the AG's office? That's my question. And thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Representative Thaxton. That's a terrific question. I think I appreciate your characterization of this is another one of the kind of many forms we have, lead paint disclosures and those sorts of things. And I think going back to Representative Sullivan's question, one of the reasons that the proximity in time was so close to the transaction closing, one reason is because we want to make sure that the obligation is on them before the principal comes in, does the nefarious espionage activity, and then leaves before they even had an obligation. But another reason is just because the closing table seems like a convenient place, especially to obtain a notarized document, because there are documents typically that need to be notarized anyway. As far as the who is doing the retention, we would certainly be open to that. I think one of the reasons we volunteered the Attorney General's office to be the repository of these was not wanting to put additional obligations on, but I certainly would be very open to that, and I agree that it could be and probably would be more efficient. I also just wanted to get back to Representative Hunt's concern that I do think it's fair to say that the affidavit portion is really driven by the more permanent interests in real estate. It does, as written, apply to those short-term rental agreements, but I think our office would be comfortable replacing it in that scenario with an attestation that didn't require a notary, given that the additional step of going to a notary is probably has the most chilling effect, rather than just, if it could just be a check the box on a website or something, it'd probably be a lot easier. So we'd be open to a modification like that. But anyway, does that answer your question, Representative Thaxton, or?
Well, it does, but it leads to a follow-up if that's agreeable.
Representative Teresa.
It's not.
Is my
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you said Paul. I thought you were thanking him. But go ahead.
So the follow-up is, and going again to Representative Hunt's line of questioning, in the rooms and meals tax is collected by statute, at least, on rentals of, I believe, anything under 270 days. And so where these are short-term rentals, hotels, Airbnbs, what have you, would it be unreasonable to put an exclusion or separate those out and differentiate those from a long-term rental? Or do you feel, or some, even some lower number than that, but so that we're not really tying up Airbnbs and things, somebody who rents a castle for the weekend or whatever?
Sure. So I certainly appreciate the chilling effect that them hearing the concern about of the short term. It's certainly within the prerogative of policymakers to make those sorts of distinctions. I was just trying to spitball on maybe moving from an attestation, from a notarization, if that would be somewhat helpful. I do, my sense from the my federal government colleagues who testified at the Senate hearing is that they would probably prefer that we not entirely exempt them from this regime and have the ban on the short term, because I think what I remember hearing is that a lot of damage can be done in the very short term. But to the extent you wanted to use that as a demarcation of where an affidavit is required that's notarized versus just in a simple attestation that could be a checkbox, I think as long as there's some effort being made to make sure that we're doing something to try to find out whether there's people accessing this property for nefarious purposes, that would probably work.
Okay. Yep, one more.
So I think what I hear you saying, and I probably agree with, is there's a significant difference between somebody buying a 20-acre parcel and at that time having a document transferred, and possibly a lesser standard for somebody doing an Airbnb. Is that a reasonable interpretation of your answer?
Yeah, I think that's a fair interpretation, but I think I would just want to qualify it a little further to say that I am not an expert in counterintelligence, and our office doesn't do anything like that. I'm basing my comments today on the testimony that I heard, and a big part of what I heard is concern about airborne transmissions being intercepted, and that can be done in a very short time frame. So I do think there are all sorts of espionage activities that we probably can't even imagine, and I'm sure having a permanent base of operations is preferable to having a weekend rental. But I do think, so yes, do I think it's reasonable to make demarcations between those two? I do. Do I think it's safe to say that our federal counterparts don't think that short-term rentals pose any security risk? I don't think that would be fair to say.
Representative Teresa.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So based on what I heard before, is my assumption correct that the students are exempt from this?
Yeah, a student who is a foreign national of any of these powers would not be exempt here unless that person were actively engaged as an agent. To address Representative Hunt's concern, some of these foreign powers, under their own law, regard all of their citizens as agents, but the United States and New Hampshire does not recognize that and has no obligation to recognize that. We recognize that individual persons from other countries have their own interests apart from their government's interests. So the law is drafted that way, and given the language used in the law, a student would not be subject to this unless they were actively working for the foreign power.
So a follow-up based on the answer.
Further question.
So in that scenario, don't you think the security concern that you have raised so far in this will still be the same if you're allowing students to lease the property within 10 miles?
So if I understand your question correctly, is it something along the lines of, do I think that a student here might actually be working as an agent
they can
of the foreign
pose.
power?
Yeah, they
Yes.
can come as student, but they can be
Absolutely.
an
So,
agent.
I mean, my
and you won't know
position
it.
there, exactly. And that is true, and that could happen, but that would be a case where if a student came here and was actually operating in espionage capacity for a foreign power, they would be lying when they filled out their affidavit to say that they weren't doing that. So they would be violating anyway, and they would be prohibited under C, under 47722D1C. It would just be that they would be lying about that. But do I understand that there's a concern that a person might come here and say, I am not working for this foreign power. I'm just a foreign national from this place. Yes, I think that that could happen. But again, we're limited constitutionally in how we could address that. And other states have tried to be more global like that. But, you know, of course, any system that we put in place is going to have, I mean, espionage by its nature is the art of trying to fit in where they can. So this puts up some barriers. It's not a perfect system. There can't be really a perfect system. It creates some barriers, but within the system that we have and within the constitutional constraints that we're faced with. So I think this helps. I don't think it's perfect. And I think it's true that a student could, and you know, a spy could pose as a student. But I think if the spy answered truthfully on the affidavit, which we wouldn't expect spies to do, they would still be in violation of this.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Sullivan's next.
Thank you.
No, Representative Sullivan was before you.
We have similar names. So you've said a couple times now that a lot of damage can be done in a short period of time. So certainly with respect to short-term rentals, but in general, it sounds like a 60-day cure period is quite an extended period of time. If you think a lot of damage can happen in a short period of time, the 60-day cure violation, somebody could come in, be out, and then not care because they've committed a crime. This isn't going to stop them from committing. It seems like we've kind of built in a loophole.
Yeah, I agree that is a difficulty. I think again, one of the reasons that's in there, that both the 60-day cure period, the entire process for forfeiture is also rather lengthy because you can't even begin that process until you have achieved a conviction.
Right.
So that's also very slow. And so that means you can't get in there and get access to the property as quickly as we might. Those are also built in there to make sure that we're affording adequate constitutional due process. So again, it's about putting up some barriers, not perfect. And it is true that if the person, you know, even when we grant the 60-day cure period, you know, if we have reason to believe at that point that the person may, so the violation, there's multiple violations that you can do in the statute. One violation is not completing the affidavit, and we give a 60-day cure period for that. But one violation is simply acquiring the interest in the property when you aren't eligible to do so. We might find out on day 2 when it hasn't been filed that that person is in violation already. We won't have to wait for a 60-day cure period to move if we have reason to believe that this person is either, if it's a foreign company or if it's a foreign government or if it's an agent of a foreign power. We wouldn't have to wait. So it's really trying to balance the due process rights of everyone with the you know, security interest that we're trying to stand up.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Representative Salvi.
Thank you, Chair, for taking my question. I have 2 questions I'll ask first. So we talked to the military that they have any process in place that they will protect their premises? Like, I'm a common man. I have my laptop. If I get the virus, I'm responsible to protect it. So does the military facilities already doing something which will protect their area, and that kind of thing can be eliminated? Did we talk to them, and what's their opinion?
So with that question, yes, actually, they not only did the director come in, but his 2 security, one for cybersecurity and one for facility security. They are protecting their area, but that's federal land. What we're talking about is land that's in New Hampshire. So they don't have any they don't have the capability of protecting themselves on land that's New Hampshire. They can only protect what they have on their property.
Further question?
Yes, thank you. Follow-up question. So we don't have a way to basically kill that signal or whatever somebody is coming to our premises.
Well, if they did, they wouldn't tell us,
Okay.
right?
That
If
is-
they did, they
that
wouldn't
is-
tell us.
That is true, because there were some things they couldn't explain in the.
I'm pretty sure that they could send drones up and within the 10 miles and sniff out any signal searching things. But
My second
sure they had
question,
that.
I don't know. My second question is, if we buy, if we buy the if we are basically expanding our military operations and all, and if we buy another location within New Hampshire, so whoever is there already around within 10-mile location, are we going to ask them to move from that location?
As this bill currently stands, no. So any acquisition in the real property that happened prior to the enactment wouldn't be covered. And also, if a new military installation came in, that wouldn't automatically put it on this list. It would take further action by the legislature to add that facility. And then adding that facility, you wouldn't be able to go back retroactively. There'd be difficulty in trying to do that.
And also remember that these facilities, just because a military base comes in, doesn't mean it's a high security facility. Because we have a lot of National Guard facilities around here that don't have high security. That's why we only targeted the ones that the Adjutant General was concerned about with high security.
Representative Spear?
Can you explain what the purpose of the notarized signature is? I mean, what does that get?
Notarization, as in any case, is just an attestation that we have the right individual. It's a third-party mechanism for making sure that the right person is acting.
You do know that if somebody is acting in a conspiracy method, nothing is good. You can't count on anything.
Absolutely. We will, I mean, but part of the benefit of it is if someone fraudulently fills out the form, then that gives us an additional prosecution basis, and it helps us with our burden of proof to prove that they were outside of it. But you can certainly make that argument out of anyone. I mean, spies are going to lie. That's how it works, right? So, I mean, you could take that approach and say, well, let's just not do anything, and you could. But, to the extent that they have to waste time and resources figuring out how to get around the roadblocks we've put up, that's useful too, because then they have, less resources to do as much as they could. So, yes, of course, people could lie on either an attestation or an affidavit, and it would, we wouldn't be able to pick it up right away. That doesn't mean we wouldn't eventually find out and couldn't eventually take action, because if they lie on their affidavit, then that means that they're not an authorized acquirer of this real estate interest, and we'd be able to take action when we did learn of it. But the notion of having a notarized document is simply to make sure we've got the right actor and that they understand that they're making a formal presentation to the government about their interests. And so if they're lying, that's just another enforcement mechanism for us. And if they're not lying, then we have the confidence that we.
I hate to do this, but you just put it. So, regardless of how we find out the person is a foreign agent, at the moment we find out they're a foreign agent, does the military have a right to contact local enforcement and go in and get a search warrant and go and investigate someone as soon as they find out or anybody found out? In other words, it's not like anybody dropping a dime and saying, "Oh, by the way, I know this guy's a Russian." But in terms of at the moment, doesn't at that moment you can then crack down on that person just as much as is when you hope at some point in time somebody drops the dime and says, "Oh, by the way, that guy's a spy."
You'd have to ask that question of a federal official, but not to my understanding. I don't know on what basis they would be able to, what basis the federal government would be able to enter into the property I mean, if they found out someone was a spy, yes, but if they found out a company that was based in China had bought a parcel, no, I don't.
Right.
I don't
I
think
mean,
they'd have
I
that
guess
ability.
maybe I read enough spy novels, but because I do, I love Tom Clancy, and so that if they found out that there was somebody they think is a spy, the first thing they do is send our spies to go spy on that spy and find out what that person is finding out and find out who they are. And they would be doing all this unbeknownst to anybody. But as long as that, I mean, I assume law enforcement, as soon as they find, if someone called up and said, I think this guy's a Russian spy, or actually, I think NPR is going to do a story how Putin wants to do this again, bring back the program, which I know there was a TV show already about this. But that if someone is thought to be a spy, because that's the whole idea here, is that somebody dropped a dime. I mean, all we're doing is disclosing. I'm sure no one's going to claim, oh yeah, by the way, I am a spy, and no, I really shouldn't have been allowed to buy this property. I can't imagine you're going to get an affidavit that actually says they're a spy. Okay, so therefore, it's really relying on how that information comes out, that somebody knows that somebody's a spy, that I would think that they could probably take much faster action in finding out and circling that person or where they are or where that is, and listening in on them and trying to figure out what they're doing or how they're spying, and then take them out.
So a bunch of things to respond to there. I guess what I would say is, yes, I do think it's true the federal government does have tools at their disposal. This is just yet another layer, and all I can say about what the feds have available for them is that our federal partners that we've consulted with and talked with have asked for this. They want this. They think this is useful for them, and they've been actively supporting efforts in other states to pass legislation like this. So they see some utility in it. I don't think it solves the whole problem. I think it's just meant to be another barrier, another hurdle, another issue. And so there's multiple things the affidavits do. I agree with you. Most spies aren't going to fill it out and say, I am not authorized. They will, in some instances, they might not purchase. They might say, okay, New Hampshire's paying attention to this, so I'm not going to try this because, and that is a barrier there. Some of them will lie and go forward, and then that will give us evidence that we need, where it may be very hard to prove the espionage, but it might be easy to prove that they were outside of their right to purchase when they did it. So it's not the answer. It's just one piece, and it fits into.
Yeah, but you're making all New Hampshire citizens, all of us have to go through this hassle of doing this affidavit for something we don't.
I mean, I think the analogy is, we all have to take our shoes off at the airport. We don't just ask the terrorists to take their shoes off.
No, I got pre-check. I don't have to take my shoes off.
Well, I need to get pre-check. That's what I'm going to take away from this. I need pre-check.
Okay. Representative Salvi, Sheree says you have the last question.
So it'll be a quick one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you believe that this bill will actually increase the espionage in the form of students because you are basically exempting it, you just said before?
No, I wouldn't expect it to increase any. I think the worst you could expect is that it won't make any change with respect to students, but students right now aren't prohibited. So, I mean, I think if your concern is that there's too big a loophole for students, that's a judgment you're free to make. But no, I don't think it will increase espionage because the current status quo is that there's no bar at all.
Yeah, would you believe that that's the loophole you're leaving? So I think that's the only loophole they can come through.
There's evidently a lot of loopholes.
I mean,
okay, right, because they can lie on the form.
Actually, I disagree with that because just because you're a student, if you've purchased property or you're leasing property, you're still subject to the same responsibilities that are in this. So you're not exempt from it.
Right, you still just have to lie on it when you fill it out. Representative Miles, you haven't had any questions, so I'll let you take.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It seems to me, or would you believe that it seems that by the time the paperwork catches up with the person, the damage would already be done. Therefore, the paperwork being completely NA.
I mean, I can certainly imagine scenarios where that's the case. I can certainly imagine scenarios where we say, oh, we found out 45 days too late, the spy activity is already over. But if we don't do this, there will still be those instances. But I can also imagine scenarios where there's enough of a deterrent effect where they say, you know what, New Hampshire's paying attention to this, they're monitoring to this. I don't want to be caught 45 days later because then I can't do it again. So there's still utility in catching them after the fact. And also, there might be enough deterrent effect for them to say, I'm going to go to another state where they're just not watching this stuff. So I think that the answer to it's not 100% effective, I completely agree. This will not be 100% effective, but will it provide some modicum of improvement? Our federal partners believe that it will.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have one card. New Hampshire Realtors are in opposition. What a surprise. So,
thank you. My name is Bob Quinn. I am the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. And regretfully, we are in opposition to the bill. We certainly understand and support the intent behind it. But we have some real concerns about how it's going to impact buyers, sellers, and agents across the state. We looked last year at, we tried to figure out what the 10-mile radius of the various military installations listed in the bill, how many transactions that would impact. And it's a little challenging understanding how far 10 miles is away from some of these installations. But we believe there were about somewhere between 2,500 and 3,500 residential purchases in that time frame. But of course, the bill takes includes leases as well as commercial sales. So we would anticipate that there's at least, and adding short-term rentals to it, double that number. So you're talking about somewhere between 6,000, 7,000 notarized affidavits that will need to be sent to the Attorney General's office each and every year. There are other states that have bills or statutes, the Dakotas, Arkansas, and I'm pretty sure Maine as well, dealing with agricultural land and the prohibition on foreign nationals purchasing those. The only state, and I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I've tried to research this, that is anything similar is Florida. But Florida's law is much broader, and the intent's a little different than simply military installations. It's a blanket prohibition on the purchase of property from foreign nationals from specific countries. But even in Florida, they do not include leases as a prohibition. And I certainly wouldn't know and how the enforcement of this would occur. And we fully recognize it's a $500 fine and you're given 60 days cure to resolve the issue. But if you look at the language as it deals with leases, landlords would be required to provide every tenant direction and information had to be written on how to do this. So if you're leasing something in Manchester or Concord, any place on the seacoast, you are going to have to fill out one of these affidavits. The hurdle to do it may not be enormous. I'm not exactly sure everyone signing a lease is going to understand how to get something notarized. But I think it's fair to say that if you have 6,000, 7,000 total transactions that are occurring, a number of those are going to fall through and the people aren't going to be aware of it. And now they're going to be subject to these sorts of fines. In addition, because it does include commercial transactions as well, I think a lot of folks who are involved in these may not be less concerned about the $500 in the Attorney General's office, but they will probably have to research their clients because the ownership structure of many of these companies who are looking to purchase properties in New Hampshire can be complicated. And if you make a mistake and you find out that a piece of that company was owned by someone who is involved with the Chinese government, now that individual is going to be subject to potential civil lawsuits as well. So for that and other reasons, we do oppose the bill. I will also point out that in the language that was added in the Senate, we told the Senate, if you have to pass the bill, can you at least provide real liability protection for buyers, sellers, and agents? We sent them over some language. They did not incorporate that language. They added something else in RSA 477. Keep in mind, if you go through and look at that, those generally are issues like radon and lead and other matters that are subject to that property that real estate agents understand. They understand, they're trained. Matters that impact that property. What this is doing, it's saying you got to know something about the buyer. You have to know something about that person. It's a little different. So we are concerned. And I think that because of the way it's written, and certainly I think what's going on in Florida right now, there is some concern about fair housing acts as well, in terms of individuals who are making judgments in terms of, is someone qualified to purchase a property or not? So for those reasons and others, we are opposed to the bill.
Well, I'll let Representative Herbert go first.
Question is, there was some China, Russia, Syria, North Korea. They're on a list somewhere in the federal government. Do these individuals who are coming into or leaving or doing anything, are they identified?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question.
Well, the
Further
implication-
question, inquire.
Yes, the implication is they probably are. And so I would bet that people that are coming from North Korea, Syria, Russia, China are identified.
Sure.
Representative Spear.
Thank you. If somebody who wanted to rent a piece of property or lease a piece, or even buy a piece of property, if they were an LLC, would you know anything about who owns that LLC? And
You'd have to research
I
it.
guess, I guess I can see that it would become the owner, the actual, I guess, controlling entity, may be totally invisible. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
I can't answer whether or not they would be totally invisible. I think our concern would simply be that there would have to be research. Many commercial brokerages may have to come up with a policy where they're researching the ownership of potential clients, because some of the ownership structures are complicated. And you certainly don't want to get yourself potentially hung up in a civil case later on.
Right. So in terms of, because I do have LLCs, you're required of the Secretary of State to disclose all the members of the LLC. And then you can have a registered agent, which then does create a whole separate barrier. But if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that theoretically, if someone were to list all the members of the LLC, that the realtor has some obligation to actually Google each one of them and find out what their background is and see.
It'd be a
if there's
risk management issue of how aggressively they want to try to pursue in order to
Or-
guarantee
or
that there
basically-
isn't a foreign,
Right.
and it's not their client.
And basically go to the seller, you don't want to, there's something, like you got too many Chinese names or too many Russian names or too many who knows what's names in this, that you probably don't really want to do business with these people.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
As often happens, when I think it's at the end, somebody puts a card in. Lil Tang Williams would like to speak for 5 minutes, and you are, be caution you are blocking us from our lunch, so be a model of brevity, please.
Is this on? Oh, okay. So thank you, everybody, chair and the committee members. My name is Lily Tang Williams. I live in Ware, New Hampshire. I was born native of People's Republic of China. I lived there for 24 years. I got my law degree in Shanghai, and I came to this country 36 years ago. And my part-time business is a China expert witness. I'm qualified to go to federal court to work with both sides, from prosecution side and the defense side, to testify on anything related to China as a China expert witness. So I want to be here to support this bill in principle, maybe some logistics that we can work out. Number one, do you know that China is a totalitarian country? The CCP dictatorship is not elected by people, Nobody give them legal authority, but they control every citizen's life. The things were not too bad. When I was in China in the 80s, later 90s, economic reform, they adopted limited free market capitalism, and the people come out and engage in China, do business, to trade. The life was pretty good. I supported the economic reform. That's also pre-Xi Jinping. But the one-party system never changed. So they still control citizens' lives. I had to get permission to even leave China, come here as foreign student, legally, on my personal private passport. After Xi Jinping became #1 leader with 3 positions, military commission chair, president, not elected, party secretary, he controls all the powers. He got rid of constitution to be #1 dictator for life. And after him, he learned from Soviet Union collapse to say, we're not going to let the Chinese Communist Party collapse. We're going to expand internationally. That's his goal. So since 2012, they have initiated Belt Road Initiative to go to South Africa, Caribbean, and Europe and United States. After they enter World Trade Organization, they come to United States. And at the beginning, we're just doing trade. It was wonderful. But what else came with them? Spies, police stations, Confucius Institute. It was on our campus, UNH, for over a decade, paid by Chinese government in New Hampshire. It just got shut down end of last year, or maybe the year before, but very close, got shut down. And also they use TikTok, WeChat, all the trade softwares to infiltrate into our country. It's called a soft power invasion of the United States and the West. They don't have to fire one shot to achieve Xi Jinping's China dream, which is by 2049, China, the totalitarian country controlled by one party, will become #1 global power economically, militarily, diplomatically, and technologically. That's his China dream. They even paid, I don't know how much money in New York City on one New Year's celebration, a huge billboard inside of New York City, Times Square, China dream. It was in English and the Chinese language both. And as Chinese American here in this country, been citizen for 30 years, they constantly harass me, threat me. I'm not able to go to China for the past 10 years. And they're here trying to censor my speech. And I don't have TikTok, but I have to use WeChat to communicate with my extended families, including one younger brother in China. And they censor me. And the friends who wanted to support me and my campaign in the past got also censored. And the Confucius Institute now, the name is changed to International Education Foundation. And they're inside our schools, might just under different radar. And the Wall Street has a package. The Chinese companies include the Chinese state enterprises who work for Chinese militaries and go into our index fund. So check out if our pension fund are investing in some of those index funds. You don't get to know, oh, we're investing in China, and give Chinese government power to go expand military. So China is our #1 adversary today. Of course, China is behind Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba. All those communist socialist regimes are adversary countries to our national security. And I speak Mandarin Chinese. I'll be very happy to provide you translations and important articles to read. But I do have this map you can see. Please pass it around. This map from last June by New York Post talk about all the acres. They did not own that many acres so far from China and Chinese companies or individuals, but they are all near our lighting military sensitive national security areas. And also one thing, please understand, Chinese students and scholars come to this country are subject to China's national security laws. You don't get a passport to allow you to leave until you promise to perform, to do whatever they want you to do. Espionage, yes, I deal with cases like that. And go to universities, join the Chinese Students Scholar Association, go to protest whenever Chinese consulate in New York City, San Francisco want to organize protests against Americans agendas. Remember how many of them you have seen even during pandemic. And the Free Palestine movement, you got Chinese student take mask off, dress up like Arabs, mask off as Chinese student. And those Chinese visa today are under review. You can be deported and the visa revoked it. So I just want, because I live in New Hampshire, I love this country, I risk all to save the country and warn people, especially, I know New Hampshire people are very nice people. And we're now not New York City, so you don't even see threat of transnational oppression for overseas Chinese to speak the truth. Some Chinese live in New Hampshire, and they got harassed by these spies in New York City and in Boston. It's a real danger. And I'll be happy to share some of those sensitive information with you. Some are on the radar of the FBI. But personally, I'm threatened by social media, Facebook, and X. They just want me shut up. Maybe they don't like me to come here testify either. But I will be very happy to help out, to answer questions. There's a very good website for you to follow. It's called the Committee on CCP, which is a congressional committee. The only thing they work on is China. And so this bill I support, and in principle, and some states are working on similar bills. I went to Oklahoma in January, and they also run into same issues. It's not just United States, it is also international issue. As I said, the China dream, it's not Chinese people's dream. Chinese people are the victims of their government, of their regime. Like the business people will deal with, small business owners, they're all victims, but they have no choice. In order to do business, in order to exist, in order to come out to study, they have to comply with their national security laws. Everybody has to comply, or you're not allowed to leave China. So whoever has the power to come here to buy land and to come here to study or something, they don't have a choice. And with big money, that could be state enterprises. That could be the CCP previous leaders on the board of those enterprises. And they are very shrewd and straight smart. They will go fly under the radar, bypass the foreign national agents requirement and the foreign business review, and to go buy land and buy factories, buy business. Most recently, how many of you know GNC, American pump company, was purchased by Chinese state enterprise 2018. 80 of them are on our military bases. You're buying vitamins from them every day, and they have staff there work every day. You have no idea that's owned by Chinese government companies. So those are very, very dangerous, concerning trend for me. I have been talking like this for many years, but I'm here in New Hampshire now. I'm at your service. Whatever you need, please call me. And also, if you have questions, I'll be very happy to answer you. And thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it.
Any questions? I'll be happy to answer them.
I think we're all set.
All right. Thank you very much. I know you got to go lunch.
We'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 162.
Now time. You're gonna need a beer. All right.
Oh, for you? But it's like my whole town.
Hey, yeah, but in your town? Yeah,
Yeah, they did.
can you imagine if it's town, every time there's something, they make one that is on this, and it was like.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. Senate Bill 24, allowing students under the age of 21 to taste wine in educational settings. All right, Grant. And once again, Grant Brossi is in here for Senator Innes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hunt, member of the Commerce Committee. Good to be back. I am Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff to the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 24 on behalf of Senator Dan Innes, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill comes from Senator Innes's experience with the hospitality program at UNH. Students in these programs aren't all yet 21, but the beer and wine class is only available to those who have turned 21 because tasting the beverages is a core part of the curriculum. Senate Bill 24 would allow 18 to 20-year-old students enrolled in educational institutions with beer and wine programs to taste alcoholic beverages as part of the curriculum. They would have to take an alcohol training program provided by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, and they would not be able to actually drink the booze. They would be a supervised sip and spit policy. New Hampshire has several exemptions built into our liquor control laws for 18 to 20-year-olds. Tending bar, making mixed drinks, scanning and bagging beer and wine at grocery stores. 8 states already have similar provisions for hospitality students on the books. Senator Innes believes this narrow common sense provision will help students training for careers in the hospitality and tourism industries be better prepared to enter the workforce. He wanted me to stress that this is not about letting underage kids get drunk. Students would have to be 18 years old. They would only be allowed to, as I said, sip and spit, not swallow. And they would not only be tasting beer and wine as part of their coursework under the supervision of an instructor who is at least 21 years old. Senator Innes believes this simple bill will open up educational opportunities for more students in the current UNH program and make it easier for other New Hampshire schools to offer such helpful courses. Thank you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 24.
I don't believe they use that extra S word in the bill. As a matter of fact, when I've done wine tasting,
Yeah.
they don't use that either.
You would, under this, you would have to
Does it actually say?
expectorate the beverage.
Yeah, okay. Because when I hear,
You would not be allowed
I
to
feel like
consume
I'm like an old Western. They're all doing chewing tobacco.
Yeah, there would be a a spit cup for the
Yeah.
wine, so that the students aren't actually drinking they're not actually consuming the wine, they are just tasting the wine, and that's going to help if you want to be a bartender, a waiter, a sommelier. You need to know what a Merlot and a Cabernet taste like.
Yeah, so I've been around long enough that this issue, we've had this issue before, and it was I think it must have had high school because it was the 18. It had the 18 was the age, and it was cooking class, and whether they would have the sherry, whether they were allowed to use sherry.
Oh my God.
And that bill died. Didn't happen.
This would not be high school, this would only be higher education.
Only higher education.
And as part of a course, it wouldn't just be any course you can, pass out some beers. It would have to be a beer and wine course.
It's more than pass and fail, right? Okay, Representative Burrows.
What I want to know is, and thanks for taking the question, how are you going to make sure these people spit and not swallow? That's like Clinton saying, I smoked a joint, but I didn't inhale it.
This would be supervised by the instructor to make sure that, you're having a sip, swirl it around your mouth, spit it back in the spit cup. It's eight states are already doing this. It seems to be working. And we think, there may be a de minimis amount of alcohol consumed. But again, this is not about having drinks. This is about having a small taste of a bottle of wine.
I would be
But
swallowing if I was a student at that age. I can guarantee you.
I think Senator Innes believes that these students shockingly already have access to alcohol, and that being part of a beer and wine course is not going to be contributing to underage drinking.
Representative Reese.
So, thank you.
How many questions do you have?
Just one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In 12
So
parts.
this bill just says under 21 age. where does it say what's the minimum age?
I believe it says 18 to 21.
I didn't see anywhere 18.
Yes, line 7, subparagraph B, qualified student means a student enrolled in a qualified academic institution who is at least 18 years of
Okay.
age.
Okay, thank you.
When in doubt, go to the definition section.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. And it says, let's see, on line 14, the qualified student shall attend and complete an alcohol education program provided by the Liquor Commission. I just wanted to make sure that, is that an existing program or are we instituting a new training program? Any impact? Do you feel that would impact your duties, responsibilities, and budget?
Are you guys going to testify? Yeah, I'll have them come up and testify. So,
Thank you.
So we can get this on YouTube. Okay, any other questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, I got Aubrey Freeman, who is in support of the bill. And he's going to speak for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So you've got this down to a science.
Probably
right?
less. Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. Why wouldn't we allow 18, these are young adults, 18 to 20-year-olds who are taking a class at a university or college, and this is part of their class. Why wouldn't we allow them to just taste a part of the product, that you're there for? So I think it's time to treat young adults, not like babies. And it does have a few guardrails in this bill about it can only be, the sippings can only be at the university or college. And also you have to take a class beforehand about, responsible drinking. So I think it's just, this is a common sense bill. That's why I support it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming down and
Thank you.
testifying. Now we'll have enforcement. And you can fill out your pink card afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Mark Armaganian, Chief of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today is Deputy Chief Danielle Elston of the same entity. Senator Ennis came to us on this bill last session. We talked pretty extensively on it. As it was rewritten this year, there are some guardrails on it that we would need to see. We've actually did a little research on the jurisdictions that actually have this within their state. There's no negative data for us to look at. So with that in mind, we're not supporting the endeavor, but of course, we have nothing in opposition.
In terms of the question that you were asked about the training program.
Can you reiterate your question, please?
In the bill, oh, now I have to turn the page. Here it is, sorry. On line 14, it says the qualified student shall attend and complete an alcohol education program provided by the Liquor Commission. So is that program already up and running, or would you need to initiate a new program, figure out who's going to teach it, tell us we have no money to do it, et cetera?
We would initiate a new program specifically for that endeavor.
And you have the instructors, budget?
Instructors, right now that all of our trainers are investigators. There are no civilian trainers. So that as we know, is going to create another issue.
I would imagine. I
Okay.
don't know why it has to be. Does it have to be you guys that develop the curriculum?
As far as the Title IX, whether or not they, I guess I'm a little confused at what you're asking. Does it have
Well,
to be
the
us
statutory
as an
says by-
entity
it's provided
or
by the
our
Liquor Commission.
It
investigators?
says provided by the Liquor Commission.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys are,
We are the only ones that train in this forum. There's nobody else at the Liquor Commission that does it.
thank you.
I have a question.
You're next, but Representative Thaxton.
My question's quick and sure very easy. This whole thing makes me wonder, how is communion wine handled? We just ignore that?
There is a carve out, a religious carve out.
Okay, that was it.
Great question.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
The age limit is what, 21?
Yes.
So the first semester is freshman?
Yes.
Would it be wise to change the age limit at all to 18? I mean, if you're going to be drinking at 18, you don't have to worry about the.
So I think you're now taking it to another level, opening up the door from 18, which some of us remember when the legal limit was 18 and changed. Remember that we're trying to get as close as we can to the age of 25 because our brains haven't developed to its mature value to the age of 25. So given that in mind, statistically and medically, it's been shown that what the 21 age group is a nice sweet spot for a legal age. Anything under that, they're actually providing us with information that says that it would be negative. It would be negative upon the vulnerable age group of this state, let alone the country. There are no other states that have any dispensation other than the states that actually do this very law or this very bill.
Representative Teresa.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, I'm coming back to the requirement where it says the Liquor Commission is going to provide educational training. I'm just wondering, what kind of training Liquor Commission has to provide? Can you just tell in short, a brief? And what will the value addition to that if in case the student testing it, he's taking the educational class for wine testing itself. So what value addition are you going to give?
Good question. Thank you, Representative. So I think when we look at training and we look at training as it relates to alcohol and also tobacco usage, we always have to realize that the training starts at inception of mere possession and then consumption. So when you say what kind of training goes on, to stay between the guardrails of what our laws have pushed forward, what you all have diligently placed in our RSAs for us, that training, I'm just speculating right now, that training segment's probably going to be an hour-long training segment on the possession and the consumption of alcohol and the negative effects of it.
So just a quick follow-up.
Further question may inquire.
So why do you think that training needs to be given by the Liquor Commission? I mean, if the students, they are a part of educational setting where wine testing is required for their career or whatever, can't the education setting itself just spend 1 hour time to brief them about this before letting them taste the wine?
Absolutely. I'm not saying that we're the only entity that would do the training, but it's been in my 8 years here, and I will tell you my 38 years now in law enforcement, I'm a criminal justice major. They taught me the laws of this state, taught me the laws of New York too, because that's where I grew up. at the end of the day, the academy goes over those same laws all over again, because the people that do the job really need to be the ones that are training you how to do it and talking about what could go wrong and what could not go wrong. So the way the perception is, you're right in its purest form, but there's another segment to that. And that segment is to have the people that deal in Title 13 every day of the week, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, teaching as a partner, as a collaborative effort to do this right, teaching those people how to do it correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You said something a minute ago that kind of floored me, and I wanted to give you a chance to clear it up. Are you saying it's an official department position to make it illegal for a 24-and-a-half-year-old to drink alcohol? Because that's what it sounded like you were saying.
I never said that.
You said you're trying to move the legal drinking age to 25. I mean, that's...
I didn't say that. I was
You
trying
said
to...
the brain doesn't develop until 25. I mean,
that is a true fact. I never said.
I thought you said...
No, I never said that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
he
not
wasn't
the
he
case.
wasn't owning to raise the age. He was just saying that their argument has always been that that we are still maturing until we get to 25. But that's yes,
exactly what I
21 is
said.
the current age.
All right. Then I misunderstood. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's get down to brass tacks. The purpose of this bill, because anybody over 21 can drink anyways. The purpose of this bill is that college campuses ban alcohol. And that this is now allowing a course to be taught without giving them a liquor license, that we're saying that they, without a liquor license in hand, that they can teach this course for people who are over 21. Isn't that really the purpose of this bill? Just say yes.
Yes. It is. And it will be down to the institution, whatever institution that is, to actually clarify those rules, those campus rules.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll close the public hearing since I have no more cards. Okay. All right, open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 79, establishing the use of self-poured automated systems by Liquor Commission licensees. And welcome, Senator Lang. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Mr. Chairman. I have my pink card here filled out for it. I don't want to break any House rules, so I'll make sure I get that to you right away. So thank you. I'm Senator Tim Lang. I am the senator from District 2, which is centered around the Lakes region. I have before you Senate Bill 79, which is enabling the use of self-pour automated systems by Liquor Commission licensees. So what does this bill do? It's not often I go to another state and like, oh, I like what they're doing. I'm going to bring that to New Hampshire. But that is the case of this bill. So what the bill does is it allows licensees to be able to have basically a wall of taps. And so where this came from is I was out in Wisconsin at a conference. Across the street from the conference was this nice bar. And of course, I went to go visit the bar. And when you go in to visit the bar, you see the waitress there and they go, would you like a wristband? And I'm like, okay, what's that all about? It was an RFID wristband that they check your ID, they swipe your credit card, and then they allow you to self-pour your own drinks. So you have a wall of taps and you go up and you just tap your wristband to it. You pull it, pour, only get charged for the amount you take. So if you decide I want to try the stout instead of the IPA I usually get, I can take a 1 ounce pour, decide if I like it or not. If I don't like it, I can go pour wristband and pour something else. So that's the basis. It allows consumers to self-serve and only get charged for the amount of beer or drinks that they consume. So so the issue always comes up is how do you deal with intoxication, right? That's the next level of step. So I will tell you I got my wristband shut off while I was at the venue. But it wasn't because I was drinking too much. It was because I was buying too much because I was buying for the table. And so what happened was I went up to go try it. It wouldn't let me pour. And so I went to go see the bartender, the clerk, and I said, hey, my wristband's broken. Like, no, hey, you drank too much. And I'm like, no, not true. I just been buying for the table. And they said, great, we'll send the server over. So they sent a server over to my table to make sure nobody else was intoxicated at my table before they turned my wristband back on. And then once they confirmed there wasn't an over serving that occurred, they turned my wristband back on and I was back to buying drinks for everybody. We allow this already by rules in the state. I think we have one facility. It's a wine facility that's allowed to do it. I just felt that it was important to let everybody know we're going to do it by law and allow laws to dictate we can do this. I did work with the agency to draft this language, and they're in support of the language as it's written. They can work with it. In addition to that, I worked with the hospitality industry. I ran it by them. They completely like it, given our workforce problem here in the state of New Hampshire. Again, when I was in that bar in Wisconsin, when I did my wristband, they flagged the table I was at. And then any food I ordered also went on that. So the waitress still, when I got my final bill, was based on the whole thing, and the tip was based on the whole thing. So it didn't hurt the workforce, other than it made it easier that while I was waiting on my chicken fingers to show up, I could just get up and get myself another beer without waiting for the waitress to come over and ask if the table wanted anything. So it just expedited the function, made it easier for the waitress. And in the end, when I got my bill and it was the total amount, both the drinks and the chicken fingers I got, I wrote my tip accordingly based on that. So the hospitality industry supports this. BIA, interestingly enough, got involved with their technology committee because they like the bill. They see it as an advancement to businesses here in New Hampshire using technology, and they very much support the bill as well. So I'm happy to ask and answer any questions. But I do think that this is a great bill for New Hampshire. We are very tourism driven. And again, things that make novelty things, for lack of a better phrase, like this, that let people enjoy themselves better while they're up here, I think is great for our economy and great for our state. So,
Do we have any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question, my fellow resident of Bergenfield, New Jersey. Just a quick question. Do you know, are there any restaurants or facilities that are looking at this technology, or they're interested in it?
So what I can tell you is that once I filed the bill, I had a lot of people call me that were all interested in following the bill because they were interested in it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Do you think it warrants a field trip to, I think it's Vine 32, Vine 32 in Bedford? We can test out this technology.
I think if the chairman thinks that's appropriate, that's a great thing for the committee to go and do.
The chair's already been there. And
The education of your members are important.
I was there when they first opened up, and the question came up whether it was legal because in terms of the servicing. And so at the time, what we made an agreement was that there would be an employee who is ogling the pours. And so that if somebody stumbles or somebody looks intoxicated, then they can cut the person off. So that was the rule. So in terms of putting it in the statute, it's fine. But like I said, I was very happy that I was able to solve the problem for this establishment without any legislation. Okay, Representative Sullivan.
Just curious about your experience. Is it like, so you have a 16-ounce glass and it just knows to go to a certain point, or do you like
Nope.
run and then you?
It's a regular tap.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's just a regular tap system. So you scan it, and that's how it knows how much you consume, right? So when you scan it and pull the handle, you pour 1 ounce, 2 ounce, 4 ounce, 16 ounce. It'll measure that liquid as it's coming out and then charge you.
It's more like a gas meter. It's measuring what it's
Good to
serving,
know.
not,
Thank you.
not pre-measuring. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on House Bill 79? You don't have nothing to say, right? Okay, but just to confirm, you are in support of the bill. In this case, we're unlike the other one. You were taking no position. Okay. All right. Close the public hearing. We don't do that in commerce. I know that's something the Senate likes to do, but this chairman has always said that every bill deserves 24 hours of contemplation. Having said that, saying that, this chairman has another very efficient model in which every bill goes to a subcommittee. So there will be a liquor subcommittee that will address this issue. And at that point in time, the committee will then have a recommendation. So by the time we get to our exec session moves very smoothly. So I guess I gave too much time to that one.
We need the weights and measures.
I guess. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 80, consolidating liquor licensing, auditing, enforcement responsibilities for the wholesale retail e-cigarettes sales under the Liquor Commission. I think I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Lang again.
Chairman Hunt, great to be back in front of this fun committee. I am here to introduce Senate Bill 80, which is consolidating licensing, auditing, enforcement responsibilities of wholesale and retail under the Liquor Commission. So if you don't know it right now, so this bill came out of a study commission to first start off with, is that last year we had a study commission to talk about the taxation because there was some unequal taxation that was occurring throughout the state with our e-cigarette vendors. And there was it seemed clear out of the committee that was in fact happening. There was not a good mechanism. And one of the problems that was identified was the fact that for some reason we bifurcated the way we deal with e-cigarettes. We have one process for wholesalers that is over at the DRA, but then we have another process for retailers that's over at liquor. And so we identified that was partial part of the problem when liquor is doing an investigation. They don't know which manufacturers actually are licensed in the state because they don't license them. And that's all done over at DRA. But in the meantime, liquor is trying to deal with the licensing and functions that's going on in a retail store because they license them. So the committee came out and decided the best idea was to consolidate the functions. The one piece we left over at DRA was just auditing of the process. So they get to still do the auditing of the taxation, which occurs at the wholesale level. So we left that whole taxation auditing process, just like all their other audits for all the other taxes they collected. We left that over there, but we moved the licensing function and the enforcement functions, all investigation functions, all over to liquor. It probably is not a great idea to have a DRA, civilian employee showing up to do an audit, and an enforcement process, like we're going to confiscate your materials, type of thing. That's probably best for liquor with someone with a gun on their hip. So we moved all of that function over on the other side. And this was a cooperative bill between DRA agreed this was the right thing to do. They agreed with the idea of merging and consolidating, and they feel that it will lead to better enforcement, which will lead to better taxation policies so that everybody's paying their fair share across the board. That's basically the bill. It just moves all of those components over underneath liquor enforcement. So they can investigate and enforce just like they do for the retail stores on the wholesalers as well.
Okay, we have questions. Representative Spear.
Thank you. We received a physical note quick guide. I think you might have seen that. And it had some comments about some wording that they seemed to think wasn't clear.
So I haven't seen that fiscal note, so I don't know what it says. So I don't know. Again, I can only tell you that this language was vetted by both DRA and liquor, along with OLS when we drafted the amendments to make sure that everything.
Well, the big thing that they found was that the reference to licenses, although the proposed legislation referred DRA's licenses referred incorrectly as a certificate of good standing. I, in all honesty, I read it and it didn't seem confusing to me. But I don't know what we're supposed to do with this set of comments. Maybe the chairman can tell us. Came in the mail. I mean, in email.
Mr. Chair.
We just got this.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, we just got that email to us, so I don't even know if it's over there because it's not attached to the bill. So we have this. We'll go to a subcommittee and we'll sort through.
Again, I think you have. Just make sure you have the right version of the bill because I don't think this is the right version that you have because the Senate amended it to deal with that issue.
Yeah, because this
Um,
says as introduced on our.
Yeah,
in
so
our
the Senate
folder.
amended, and there should have been an amendment number up in the top corner, and it's not. So I did file an amendment, again, based on working with DRA to deal with the idea of licensee versus a certificate of taxation.
That
So-
explains why it's not confusing, because I have the one as amended by the Senate.
Yep. So,
And this is the reason why we do subcommittees.
okay, Mr. Chairman.
And not just vote things on the same day.
Anyway, I'm happy again. I'm happy to take any questions you have. The one thing I will say, the industry was also involved in this. Again, during the commission, the industry was active in the participation and providing information and working it out. And again, so not only was it the industry was okay with this idea, DRA was okay with this idea, liquor was okay with this idea. Now I just need the House to be okay with this idea.
Yep.
I have
Representative Teresa.
So I have a quick question. What is happening at present? At present, it's not consolidated, all three of them?
I'm sorry, say that again?
At the moment, what is happening? Is it not consolidated, right?
So
This bill
you
you're
just
trying
have-
to consolidate under all three of things, right?
So I think you have the
Licensing,
wrong
auditing.
version of the bill. It should be as amended. It should be an amendment number in the top corner, and that's how I dealt with the issue that Representative Spear identified. Was originally we had licensees as the topic, and instead we talked about certificates, tax certificates instead. And I amended it and I fixed it in the Senate. I just think you guys got the wrong version.
Okay. I'll wait for the new version then. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Chair?
I think we're all set.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Almy. You are on this bill.
I am
I
on
guess
this
I missed out, even though I was on the committee, I believe.
I wasn't on the commission, which I
Yeah.
sort of regret because we did a lot of work on this in our committee.
Yes, we did.
Earlier. I think this is an absolutely terrific bill. I think that it owes a lot of its rigor to a person that is apparently going to be removed by HB2. So I hope that that will not happen in the end. And on
You're
the
talking
Liquor
about the Liquor
Commission
Commission.
Enforcement Division,
Enforcement Division.
which has a lot of functions that in regulation other than just liquor.
I'm absolutely sure the Senate will be taking care of that problem with HB2.
Good. And I have, because I took it offline, I have the addition, as amended by the Senate version. That's the one that's there. And I had two problems that I think might,
If you have it, what's the LSR number on it on the top?
well, LSR number?
You know, it says 25 dash, you have to
Oh,
remember.
25-0933, and under it, it is
0805,
0805.
yeah. That's what we have.
But at the top, it says.
As
Senate-
amended, I know.
As
yeah,
amended by the Senate.
Versus ours says as introduced, but, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this is 734S also.
That's what we're looking for.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's what we are, it's
Yeah.
Senate Bill 734. Okay, now we know.
Okay. So two quibbles, one of which I care about more. One of the reasons for doing this was to deal with the enormous amount of liquid nicotine used in vaping that comes into this country. I was told by a container ship from China. And I certainly remember 4 years ago when I went and looked at our place, and I should go back and look at it, it's still there. Most of their shelves were covered with on jelly glass like glasses that had the labeling entirely in Chinese. And the person, two people that were there inside were, I guess, interpreting, oh, this is the one you want. But there is also no ingredient list anywhere. And the container ships, we were told in a earlier meeting that the senator arranged with Armaganian, that it was the container ships are not being inspected more than maybe about 3% of them, because it is completely impossible on the American docks to take apart a container ship and then look inside each of the trucks that are
Containers.
part of the container ship, the containers, and look to see if they can find contraband, because you're going to occupy several wharfs to put them down, and you're going to go through them for quite a while, and then you're going to put them all back together again and put them on the trucks that carry them away. And it's not, there are too many container ships coming in to handle this in the United States. So this was kind of an alarming idea. I don't know if he's going to confirm that or if he's found out something different later, but I think he should be talking.
Who's he?
The head of enforcement,
The chief enforcement should
Chief
know about
enforcement.
containers?
who is here, yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay, well, we can certainly ask him if he knows anything about
Yeah.
containers, but I would be.
But in the case,
You guys are on a you're at a different level the problem I thought we were dealing with was the fact that we didn't have good control of what was coming into the state to be sold, and that some of these people were just literally going out in
yeah.
other states and driving it over the border, and DRA never even knew who they were, and that only a handful
also.
of actual vaping facilities were actually reporting vaping sales, the sales, and the vast majority were not reporting it because they didn't want to admit that they had just brought in illegal product into the state of New Hampshire.
Well, this was new to me a couple of months ago. I forget when we had
Okay.
that meeting.
Well, this is a very esoteric issue when you talk about containers getting off a ship in California. I'm not, we're a little more closer
Yeah,
trying to deal with it
but what
here in New
that
Hampshire.
means is that nobody's tested what's in these little jelly cans. No one actually knows what's supposed to be in it.
And nor does
and-
this bill get into.
And this bill
regulating
does get into it in one place, and
Okay.
they figured that the language for that includes the product that is on page 1 of the new version. Tobacco product means any product containing made or derived from tobacco or nicotine that is intended for human consumption. And then it lists off electronic cigarettes, loose tobacco, smokeless tobacco, cigars, and cigarettes. But it doesn't mention the bottles. And the bottles are obviously part of made from nicotine. But it's not quite in the list, maybe because I don't remember if there's any general
So you're
name
saying
for
is you
this
want us to make
product.
sure liquid is added to the list?
That liquid is added to the
Okay.
list. And also to kind of look at the whole rest of the thing and see whether liquid needs a special definition in any place.
Well, I assume the liquid is derived from the tobacco product,
Right.
so that's why it didn't need
Well,
to be
it's
listed.
derived from nicotine.
But we should Right,
sup-
for
I
nicotine.
suppose it might be tobacco coming
So-
from China.
So you
but-
just want to make sure that we are pointing out that liquid is,
Yeah.
just because it's not in that, you know.
Yeah, it does also down on line 21. It adds and e-liquid to e-cigarette means.
Right. Oh, there you go.
So-
You got your liquid.
So that one does do that, but I'm not sure that I didn't read this till last night and this
Oh, I
morning.
see. Tobacco,
But-
tobacco products. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
whether
when they're
e-liquid is-
talking in other places about tobacco
Okay.
products, whether e-liquid would actually require some kind of separate definition or activity.
We will pay attention to that in the subcommittee.
Thank you very much. And I think, I'm not sure if this. Yeah. And I was thinking that perhaps on page 4 of the current one, there is something called 17819G, tobacco product seizure. And there are a list of fairly strong powers that are provided to the, it's page 4, starting line 12 in mine, but it's tobacco product seizure.
Seizure.
Yeah. There are a number of fairly strong powers given to remove from commerce the products that are not approved of. And I was just wondering whether criminal justice needed to be consulted about precedent for seizures, whether it goes overboard in any place or not. That's the ACLU person in me coming out. But I think it would be helpful to make sure that if it hasn't been done already, and perhaps the director can say that.
I'll make sure he reviews seizure and make sure he seizes everything he can get.
But I do think this does the first real modernization of our tobacco laws. So
That is true.
I hope you're going to pass it.
I think so.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll leave that on.
You got the new bill.
Oh, okay. New and improved. All right. Elisa, Preston, representing New Hampshire Vapors, who I think was the first one who brought this issue to me.
I think we are. Yes. Again, my name is Alicia Preston, representing the New Hampshire Vapors Association, and we are in support of this bill. We raised this issue a couple of years ago. Brett Scott, who cannot be here, but will be here for a work session because he's really the expert on this, owns Smokers Havens, 11 retail vape stores in New Hampshire. And we did a quick analysis when we noticed that other stores were selling the exact same products for an incredibly cheaper price, and determined that Brett was literally paying 26% of all vape taxes in the state with 11 stores, and he's nowhere near 26% of the market share. So we came to Chairman Hunt and to Senator Lang and said, can we look at this? And there was a study committee last year that did so and determined that this was the best way to level the playing field between the people who are following the rules and the people who are not. So for that reason, we are in support of this.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Sylvia? You really from Westerly?
Yeah.
'Cause,
Well, I should say I'm not from
You
Westerly. I
live in
live there
Westerly.
now. I'm from Stonington,
you're
right
from
across the
Stonington.
border in Connecticut.
Yeah, I'm a Weekapogger.
Oh, okay. Yep. Not just down the street.
Yes.
We can talk later about our reassessments. Property
Can you-
reassessments.
Mine literally went up 50%.
Mhm.
And the running joke, of course, is my house down there has no view of water, a 2-acre lot, and it's still assessed higher than my castle on 200 acres.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name's David Sylvia, and I'm a Senior Director of Public Policy at Altria. We're here in support of Senate Bill 80. At Altria, we support efforts that seek to bring order and stability to the enforcement landscape for tobacco products. Senate Bill 80 would help do so by consolidating enforcement under the New Hampshire Liquor Commission Division of Enforcement. State systems operate best when there is a regulatory structure, clear rules, lawful manufacturers, wholesalers and retailers, and a supported state enforcement agency with clear rules of engagement. Now, at the federal level, our company operates within a legal system organized by the FDA. We make our products in factories that regulators inspect and with ingredients that we fully disclose. To put a new product in the market that's less harmful than a cigarette, we must demonstrate two things. First, that an adult smoker who switches to this less harmful product will actually successfully switch. And second, that this product and its marketing won't appeal to kids. If we can show those two things, we can sell the product. If we cannot show those two things, we cannot. On top of that, we're held directly accountable after our products are put in the market. If an FDA-registered manufacturer, as an FDA-registered manufacturer, the agency can impose immediate and effective consequences on us should anything go wrong, including revoking the authorization to sell the product. In conclusion, we hold ourselves to a high standard, and we're held to a high standard for our products and practices. We appreciate when states do all they can to match these standards for their marketplace and support their enforcement agencies to maintain order for all consumers, wholesalers, retailers, and manufacturers. So thank you very much for the time, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
I think you wowed them with information.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more card left. Aubrey Freeman again. And you're in opposition to this one.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, live in Bridgewater. Yes, I am in opposition. So what is this bill actually going to accomplish? Is it going to make the residents of New Hampshire healthier? Is it going to cause less smoking and vaping? Is it going to get rid of the black market? I don't think so. What I do think is going to happen is this is going to increase bureaucracy. Now, technically, it's just transferring of duties from the DRA to the Liquor Commission, but I read the, whatever version it was, I read the fiscal note, and there's a lot of stuff in there. Now, they did fix the one thing. They said it would be confusing for the business person to call it a license, so they call it a tobacco tax certificate. Okay, that's fixed. But when you read the fiscal note, and one, there were analysis from the DRA and one from the Liquor Commission, I see a lot of assume this, unclear. Seems to me it's very confusing. And if it's confusing for them, it's going to be even more confusing for the business person who's trying to follow the law. What I also see as a problem is, and this part I agree it's probably reasonable, the Liquor Commission is saying we are going to need, and this is the part that really concerns me, we're going to need 4 extra people, we are going to need more office space, more storage space, and possibly new software and hardware. And the cost that's mentioned is $340,000, and that's, I believe, just for the positions. And of course, it would be increasing every year, and that's not including the extra stuff they mentioned, as they say, the space and so forth. So we should be trying to, and I don't really blame them, actually. I wouldn't defend bureaucracy, but if you're given a lot more duties, you're going to need extra people and resources to do that. And it's not appropriated in the bill, so I can see where definitely a year from now, they're going to come back and say, we need appropriations for this extra stuff we're going to do. There we've got the extra bureaucracy. I don't think it's going to make New Hampshire people any safer or healthier. So we should be looking to reduce costs, keep this a low tax state, keep our standard of living higher, and reduce expenses, not increase state expenses. So that's my main beef with this bill. And also it's confusing too. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I could just say that my understanding of the purpose of the bill was to streamline the collection of the taxes, and then who was going to be responsible for the enforcement, the regulation and enforcement. And that clearly by having broken up between two different departments was problematic. DRA is not really good at doing a lot of audits. I can say for myself, I've been doing vacation rental since 2009, and I've never been audited. And whereas we know the Liquor Commission audits people regularly, so the idea is that it's important that we make sure all the people who are selling this product are complying with the tax.
Well, I think you'll need more people. There's more bureaucracy.
Well, right. So we could go back to our other models where we have no taxes, but at this point, it was because we are taxing it. We just want to make sure that that everyone pays their fair share, and making sure that the product that's coming in the state is regulated and taxed, and therefore there are all the repercussions of that. I know you might not agree, but
I don't agree.
but I didn't
don't
want
think it
anybody
should be
leaving.
taxed at all, to
I
be
didn't want
honest.
anybody leaving the committee room without knowing why we're doing.
No,
what
I
we're doing.
understand. But I do think it really would increase the bureaucracy, because if they're going to do extra work, how are they going to do it?
There is no doubt it increased bureaucracy. That is true. Okay. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Okay, having no more cards. Anybody else speak now? Forever more. Hold your. Yeah, Representative Senator Lang, you certainly can come back and have the last word.
No, the last word is just this. I just want to make you aware, in our current budget, DRA has reduced their staff load from 151 to 129.
That's
so
right.
they
Yeah.
recognize that efficiencies in the government are going to allow them to do that. So
Right. So you're going to be okay with that staff load reduction, but
correct.
you will make sure that the liquor enforcement does not lose anybody, but maybe not gain anybody this session.
Correct.
I had a question, probably you can answer. Am I to understand that entities were stores or businesses, wholesalers were not evenly getting taxed?
I'm sorry, you'd speak a little closer to the mic. Not Lincoln? Or did you say?
No.
They're not.
I said, no, I didn't say anything about Lincoln. I said, am I to understand that entities, businesses, wholesalers, sellers were not being evenly taxed?
Well, yeah, they weren't filing.
So now we're going to get more
Yeah,
taxes.
for someone who, like I say, I pay my tax every month, whether I have rentals or not. I'm always supposed to file, and in your filings, you're going to tell how much
Right.
you're the product, and so therefore the problem was there were people who were not filing at all, and we know full well that they were
Right,
existing.
so shouldn't there be a revenue line?
Again, are you looking at the new amendment?
Yes,
and it
this is
doesn't
the new
just
one.
come
Mr.
out-
Chair, if I may.
Oh.
So I can,
Yeah.
again, Chair Ways and Means, I can talk a little bit about the
Yeah,
revenue.
see, he knows about
conversation.
revenue.
Right, so that's,
So the answer is it's
his
going to be an
point,
undeterminable number because we don't know how many violations we're going to find and therefore how much tax revenue has been getting avoided. So it's one of those we won't know until we do it kind of activity. So what we do know is that, again, the reason was the preliminary review looked like it was an uneven enforcement and a problem with enforcement to get the tax revenue that we got. And again, one of the reasons was, if I remember, liquor does the retailers. So they go in and we don't tax retailers. We only tax the wholesalers. So they don't know if the retailer bought from a licensed wholesaler, right? And now we're going to have all of that data in one place. And now when liquor goes in and does a retailer, they go, oh, let me see your invoice and who you bought this from. And then go look at that invoice, go, this person is not a a taxable a person paying taxes in the state of New Hampshire and licensed as a wholesaler. So that data is much closer now so that liquor can actually enforce.
Chairman,
So as a follow-up there to the other gentleman's point, there may be revenue that's gained. It's not just an expenditure. That's pretty much where I'm going.
I think he was more talking about the bureaucracy.
And again, I agree with the chairman. I think it's more streamlined having it all together like that
Right,
than
that was
having
the
it in
idea.
2 different places. And the anticipation is we will have a revenue increase. We just don't know what it's going to be because we're going to catch more people who's selling illegal product in the state of New Hampshire.
Okay?
Chairman.
Yes, Representative Teresa.
So, would you believe that instead of taxing these products, it will be more efficient if you just build in that tax or cost at the time of purchase by those wholesaler or retailers, built in the product cost itself, rather than taxing afterwards on consumption?
Thank you for the question. So again, we don't tell the wholesalers or the retailers how to price their product at the wholesale level, just like we do at cigarettes at the distributor for New Hampshire level. But the distributor level, that's where we tax. We don't tax at each store. We tax at the where it goes from the to the store, the person who's delivering to the store. And in this case, it's the same thing. In the case of the manufacturer, a distributor is the one that pays the tax.
So
it's
much like we do with
consistent these-
liquor, with beer, excuse
Yeah.
me, much like we do with beer. Remember we were talking about the 3-tier system in beer?
Yeah.
Okay. So no, we don't tax it at the retail level.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we're sales tax free. Okay. But the manufacturer, that's too far away. So it's how it get from the manufacturer to the retailer, that distributor. They're the ones that we're taxing. They're the ones who are collecting the tax, just like we do with beer.
Yeah, so what I was trying to figure out is that instead of taxing at that point, when the retailers buy it, can you build in the tax itself at that point to the retailer rather than doing it after the fact and following up with audits and all
They
those
are
things?
responsible for giving us the revenue, yes. The distributor is the one, not the retailer. The distributor is the one who gives us the tax money.
So
collects
again,
the tax.
as we talk about
I was proposing that. Do you think the retailers also?
No, we don't like taxing at the retail level. No, we like to advertise that we don't have a sales tax.
Okay.
Well, it's not even that. Just think about the number of taxable entities you would have that the state would have to now manage.
Right.
If you did every single retail store that sold vapes, that would be now subject to paying taxes to the state. It would triple, quadruple
But we
the
do that with
bureaucracy.
rooms and meals. I mean, we are
Rooms and
doing
meals
that.
are different, yeah,
we
yeah,
are
for
doing that. So
restaurants.
it's not like we wouldn't do that,
But-
but it's just that many more licensees and to keep track of. So at this point, what we were discovering is that somewhere along the line there would seem a lot more product that was getting sold through these locations. Because we used to have these little pop-up vaping stations right in the middle of a mall, and out of nowhere they would just pop up. So at this point, we're not going to try to license and try to figure out who all the people were selling. We were going to try to get it before they get the product,
Okay.
get our tax revenue. It just keeps it to a smaller group of people, and it's easier for us to regulate them.
Okay. I just want to throw the idea. I thought that's going to make it easier, but it looks like it's going to make it more cumbersome.
It's more cumbersome.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly. All right. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, close the public hearing on Senate Bill 80. Moving on to Senate Bill 87, relative to one-day liquor license requirements and making saloons and barbershops eligible for on-premise licensees. I know. I was. Okay.
Good, all good. All right, Jerry. How are you? Well done, well done.
Good afternoon, Senator Waters. How are you today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm well, and I hope you're well as well. And members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 87 relative to one-day liquor licenses and making salons and barbershops eligible for on-premise licenses. This came to me due to businesses that were for-profit businesses that noticed that nonprofits could, at their events, serve
wine or liquor and wondered why we excluded for-profits from being able to do so. In the process of working with the Liquor Commission and enforcement in particular, and then looking at the various kinds of places that would like to or were already serving liquor in their establishments or wine or beer, but were not doing so legally, we noticed that it had become a very common practice in salons and barbershops, not only to offer for free, but to charge for drinks, and that there are some barbershops that have full-service bars. All of that is illegal. I can only imagine what their insurance companies would do if they found out they had a full-service bar and somebody on the way home from their haircut appointment had a car crash. So what has been done in this bill then is two things. Based on the same language for the nonprofits, we now in the first part of the bill say that for-profit organizations can be issued a limited license under these criteria, limited to 500 patrons, certain number of times a year, that you could have such an event. And then it has to be on a premise approved by the commission and have the approval from local fire department as to safety of the premises and local health department, including sanitary accommodations. And so that's what we do for nonprofits. Now, if you're like a for-profit art gallery or some other business, you'll be able to get this this formal license, let you have 6 events a year. The second part of the bill has to do with that issue of the barbering establishments and salons. So you see on page 2, paragraph 3, there it says that the commission may issue a cocktail lounge license to a business currently licensed through the Office of Professional Licensure. So in other words, you can't do it at your home if you have a home barber shop. And if you're certified barber, hair salon, or spa, you may serve alcoholic beverages and liquor to customers who are receiving services from said establishment. It's going to be limited to the set appointment time. I know there are stories of people who go get their haircut and they sit there all day buying drinks at the bar. So, whatever. I think this is an important clarification. And note on line 13, there are some places who give the glass of wine for free. So if you want to do that, fine. But if you want to charge for it, you can do it either way, but you got to keep your records for that. And so in the cocktail lounge area, a person under 18 is not allowed without a parent, legal guardian, or adult. On line 18, we worked on the setting what would be appropriate lounge license. Currently, it is double that. If you are opening a bar or a lounge, it was thought by the commission that let's do half, and that would be fair enough for the kind of business that they were doing, and that it also is only fair that if one establishment that is selling liquor is licensed, then another that is also selling it, they ought to be licensed too. But it is a somewhat different circumstances, so that's why we came up with the half the cost of the license. So. Mr. Chairman, there it is.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Thank you. You said it very quickly, so I'm not clear if what you said. I'm talking about page 2, line 16. And in the line, it says, for the purposes of this subparagraph, persons under the age of 18 shall be allowed in the cocktail lounge without a parent, legal guardian, or adult spouse.
Oh, excuse me. That's my mistake. This is what it means is you can't be served, of course, but you can get your hair cut.
But you can what?
You can get your hair cut. So that if it's defined as a lounge because it's kind of licensed, but you're going there for a haircut or see a cosmetologist, that.
So this has to be changed.
No.
This line.
Yeah, no, we want people to be able to be in there. If you're under 18, you should be able to get a haircut. Okay? Right now, currently, you can't go into a bar if you're under 18 without a parent, legal guardian. But because this is the primary business here is a barber shop or a salon, somebody 18 ought to be able to go and get their hair cut without having their parent with them. So that's why it's phrased this way.
But it says in the cocktail
Yeah,
lounge
we're
area.
gonna have to look at this.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna have to look at this. This is
Okay.
problem. This
So-
is a square peg in a round hole because we're issuing a cocktail lounge license, which is really not. And I know there's been a lot of pressure there on us to create new licenses, but this, calling it a cocktail lounge license, I think we got to rethink that one.
Mr. Chairman.
And I'm looking at the commission.
Yeah,
of
I
course,
know, and thank you for the
so
question.
we'll have to discuss this
And,
because that's probably not the way.
Yeah, I can understand the feelings about that. I just say that just to clarify on this, that because it's getting a license, the whole business is getting called a lounge, but it's a barber shop. And so somebody under 18 ought to be able to go get their hair cut without their parent. And this is the way the wording came up with. But if you have a wiser way to proceed, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you do.
So, yeah, we will be looking at how we handle this one a little better. But Representative Wilson and Representative Sullivan.
So am I to understand you're going to ruin my salon that offers me a free glass of wine while I'm getting a haircut or something like that? So that's what this does.
Thanks for the question. I hope you still get a great haircut. Okay.
I mean, they're not, it's not as if these salons, I can't speak to barbershops, having never been to one, but salons that offer like the wine, first of all, it's not exactly potent wine, and you get like one glass, and it's while you're there, and it's really, it's free. So it doesn't matter if it's juice or whatever. You know,
if I may-
you can choose what type of drink you want, whether it's coffee,
So
juice,
let
or
me say,
whatever.
last time I visited this, to kind of date this, was back when Eddie Edwards was enforcement. And we had talked about the fact, and I don't even go to the beauty salons. Let's just talk about wedding dresses. Okay, and wedding dresses was to me was the poster child of giving out the free glass of champagne, and the question was, do we really want to try to create a license when that champagne was given for free? Right, they weren't charging for it. So in this case, when I talked to enforcement, they convinced me, well, with doing it this way, at least we'll know who's doing it. Okay, that who is actually doing it, which I'm like I say, I was willing to back. How many years ago has been Eddie even around? So I mean, it's got to be getting 15 years or so ago that I walked away and said, okay, let's just leave that. Yes, the criminal action that they technically on our statute it legalizes that you cannot be giving away alcohol for free. So yes, all those beauty salons and all those wedding dress shops were breaking the law, but we were looking the other way because it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't. So this statute was supposed to attempt to try to at least get us to know who they are.
And if I may comment, Mr. Chairman, in response to the question, I think the point is that we cannot have retail establishments giving away alcohol, whatever kind of establishment is. It is illegal. And the consequences of that, as I said earlier, if their insurance carrier knew that they were giving away alcohol, the liability issues there. And if it wasn't a salon, well, would you want it to be, a gift shop that you walk in and somebody gives you a glass of wine? Because it's retail establishment. So I think that while there has been some kind of lack of enforcement here, the liability issues are important. And now there's been kind of a creep towards paying for the beverages, having full-size bars. And I just think for the safety of the public and even for the businesses themselves, we have to have a process whereby they can do that legally, because otherwise an enforcement officer is going to walk in at some point, somebody will have had an accident. They'll walk in there and they'll see that there's wine being served, and that they're shut down. So I understand.
No,
the
they're
kind of-
not. That's the problem.
Well-
They don't have a license to be shut down.
Yeah, well, they could, I would think they might lose their salon license potentially.
This is
Yeah.
okay.
But anyways,
We'll be working hard on this one.
I'm sure you will.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So I'm just as you were going through this, what made you settle on 6 licenses in a calendar year versus, I don't know, 1 a month or something?
Thanks for the question. I believe that's concomitant with what we have
For the nonprofits.
For the nonprofits. And the point there is that you're not wanting to create a venue that is basically, you know, every weekend or every day they want, having up to 500 people there being served alcohol. And so it's important to be able to limit this because in a way that, you know, this is a special circumstance. They're not having to get licensed to have a cocktail lounge. This is an exception that has been allowed for people to have certain kinds of events up to 6 times a year. That they could.
Would you be open to a larger number?
Well, I let the commission think about that. I do think that, you know, you are into that area where you are saying to the retail businesses, the restaurants and the bars, that we're going to be letting an art gallery or a jewelry store or whomever, you know, as many nights, you know, be able to offer drinks too. And so anyways, I think it's important to have some controls on this.
And then for the 18 here, I understood what you were saying, and I agree with your logic on the salon 18 thing. But why are we saying 18 here instead of 21? For, you know,
They're different
number 20.
licenses. They're different licenses.
No, I understand they're different licenses, but I'm asking why 18 versus 21 here on line 20 on page 1. What's the logic? I understand the logic for the salon.
You know,
but...
I'll speak from anecdote. There are people who are 18 years of age who might work in one of these places.
Okay, but they could work. Working would be different than like a patron, right? So,
But
I mean,
you see, I thought the 18 seemed appropriate there because at age 18, they might be an employee, or they might be getting a haircut.
well, no, I get the haircut part. I'm just curious if we have an event that we think is a 21 plus event, but we're allowing 18.
They might be working there. They might be a server. They might be working.
Okay, working, sure. But I mean, but it sounds like anybody could come in who is 18 years old and be a patron as well. That's how I read this, and I don't know if that is something we want to.
Like you say, there's going to be a lot of work.
Okay, so all right, we'll just look at that in the subcommittee then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got a lot of work to be consistent here. So, Representative Brazell.
We could add this to the list. Question about, will food, I know the licenses are a little complicated. Would food need to be served? And about the keeping track of, you have to keep records of the alcohol type, quantity, and patrons served. I didn't know if that was required in any other type of establishment. So it's food and all this record keeping would be my questions, maybe for the subcommittee.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'll let the commission speak to that, but I believe that we have eliminated some of the food requirements that we used to have.
Yeah, I would say the fundamental reason why these are here is because they're trying to do it without food.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In other words, if
They're a
if you have a room that's big enough to have 500 people, yeah, you know
You got a bar.
you got a dance hall. You need a tavern license. I can see you got the head shaking on that one.
And the record keeping for 500 people and
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another little nit, maybe just to add to the list. So I won't say where in the state this place is because I've been going there for years and I just want you to find out. But it's a barber shop and they offer you, you know, they have bourbons and whiskeys and so while you're waiting, you know, for your haircut appointment in the lounge chair, you can sip a whiskey. And it's hard to.
They have cigars too.
They don't have cigars, but it's hard to drink while you're getting a haircut because you get hair in the drink. So I found out. Page 2, line 10, it says it limited to the scheduled appointment time. So I'm thinking if you arrive 15 minutes early and then you're waiting an extra 15 minutes, that's not really your appointment time. Some plus or minus on that little broader window than just the time that your haircut was going to be.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, I can see what you're saying. I mean, I think that the scheduled time was a way of not trying to say from the moment you sit in a chair, but maybe there's some better language around that. So thank you.
Well, it's interesting because when I read that, I was thinking how my wife, when it comes to going to the salon, they absolutely have a scheduled time.
Right.
But for us men, we don't ever have a scheduled time. We just go and we sit and wait and read the sports page and wait until we're the next one in line. So sometimes they take us right away because nobody's there, or other times it could be a longer time. It could be an hour or 2 hours. By that time, I might get a little toasted. I don't know. So that is a problem also.
Yeah.
Hence, this is the reason why this has never been legislated all this time. Why we've never this is where me and Eddie Edwards, we went down this rat hole and we just couldn't get out of it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, on that point, I do think that the first section of the bill is less problematic in that
Right.
if
I
we
would
do it
say
for the
the-
nonprofits, let's do it for the for-profits. I hope there'll be a way to do something about the other sections in that we have people now who are breaking the law and they could be held liable. And I'd like us to find some way that we can.
Right. Well, I can assure you that they've been breaking the law all along.
Yeah, exactly.
And those of us who know the law have known this all along. And it has not been a problem, and I've never heard of anybody losing their insurance or having a problem. I've never heard of a dress shop that had a problem, because I'm pretty sure the insurance companies know that when you go buy a wedding dress, you're going to be there several hours and you're going to be entertained.
Well, if I may just comment, I think that things have changed somewhat with the scale of the alcohol that is being sold. The scale of the offerings and the sale of it is, I think that it's changed from what it was.
All I know is that dresses are outrageously priced and people expect to get something in return. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. We have any cards on here? Okay. All right. Right. So, Mark, why your A looks like an H, and I was thinking Hemingway. No, I don't know who's this guy. Oh, then it's Danielle. So now I know. I thought this was going to be an easy bill.
It is. We can shed some light on it.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and honorable committee members. Chief Mark Armaganian, Director of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me today is Deputy Chief Danielle Elston, Deputy Director of the same entity. I think what will clear up some things, and to a lot of your questions, especially Representative Walsh, as she was talking about her salon, these complaints come in regularly that salons, barbershops throughout the state are offering alcohol for free, or with the price of the haircut or stylist. So
what's the nature of the complaint that they're doing it?
Selling alcohol without a license.
Oh, great.
or
Yeah, the restaurant across the street.
giving away alcohol without a license, which, as you know, Mr. Chairman, not to throw big terms around, but doing so is a felony. So we, instead of doing that, as you know, this new liquor enforcement that we've put together in the last 8 years, want to work with this industry, and we want to collaboratively with OPLC come up with a resolution that'll work out for everybody. That being, let's license them so they're not doing anything illegally, and whatever those nominal fees are to do it, let's get it done. And Senator Waters was willing to work with us on this because he was hearing the same stuff. So with that in mind, this is done in the interest of helping this industry. Just one instance, and it brings up a little chuckle during COVID when we had suggested to Governor Sununu at the time to do extended areas. What came up was a couple of salons that wanted to extend their areas. They're not licensees, they can't extend anything. So it was at that point that we recognized more so of an issue that this was an industry that was willing to do this. And at the end of the day, we were willing to work with them. For the technical pieces of the bill, I'll give that to Danielle to answer some of your questions.
Just to clarify, in the bill, we did authorize the salons and barbershops to give alcohol away for free or a fee. So they would still be able to provide you a free beverage at the time that you're receiving the services from the establishment. Representative Evans, to your discussion, yes, I'm sure we can build in buffer times. The reason there were set parameters on that is, as testified by Senator Waters, we have encountered barbershop salons who actually have full bars. They actually have nicer bars than some of our actual restaurants in the States, where people are going and staying for hours upon hours upon hours on end. So the goal was, if you want to come in, if you're waiting, if you're getting your hair cut, the salon's able to provide you a beverage for free or for a fee, because we know you're there for a purpose. The goal is to, like the chief said, get them into compliance, because right now, in theory, per the letter of the law, they are committing a felony by doing that. So the goal is to say, let's get you in compliance. You can continue to provide your services the same way that you have moving forward. I think what was happening earlier too is there were certain parts of the bill. There's two separate sections of this bill. We have the one-day for-profit and then the barbershops and salons. The barbershops and salons were the ones that were required to maintain the record keeping. The one-day licenses would not have to maintain that record keeping in detail of the 500 patrons. They would do it just like the one-day nonprofits do right now, just keeping a bar tab or a bar bill as they would as they're providing those drinks.
So we're going back to the nonprofit. So this is assuming they don't have a caterer. There's somebody that already has a license. This is saying they have no license.
Correct.
And they're holding an event.
Mm-hmm.
And under our current law, everyone has to be over 18.
Correct. So right now, this mirrors exactly the one-day nonprofit license out of statute, which is a carve-out under the cocktail lounge license. So this is the exact same language as a one-day nonprofit, except we've limited it to the number of people and the number of events per year. But it mirrors the same language as a nonprofit.
So how do we make sure that they're really paying attention to someone not being overserved?
So one days are required to take a training. We have a specific
that
training.
says it in here?
They're required per the training statute. No matter what, any type of liquor license you get would have to take a training.
I don't see that.
So
Okay.
we've provided, that's 178.2, I believe, is the statute that requires all licensees to take a
So
training.
if a for-profit wanted to do this,
Yep,
they would still have to go through the training course.
correct. And we have a specific training that we've developed for one-day licenses. So they don't go through the entire 4-hour training of, that the full licensees have. We've catered the training, we've trimmed down the training so it's specific for their managers and servers of that particular event.
And this 18 thing is in that statute.
Mhm.
So
That's the
they can
current
go to an
statute.
art show, but if they were doing a sports memorabilia show, then
So
they are actually stopping kids from going in?
Who are unaccompanied by a parent, guardian, or adult spouse. This isn't limited to the age, it's under the 18 unless
Unaccompanied by a
parent, guardian, or adult spouse. So if you're 16 years old with your parents, you can go in.
You can
If you're
go in.
16 years old by yourself, you can't come into the event selling alcohol.
Okay. All right, yes, Representative Spear.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked before. For the purposes of this subparagraph, persons under the age of 18 shall be allowed in the cocktail lounge. I'm not talking about where they get your hair cut. The cocktail lounge without a parent, legal guardian, or adult spouse. Is that really what we want?
Because of the way the license is written, because it is a carve out of the cocktail lounge license, the entire barbershop becomes the cocktail lounge. or the entire salon becomes the cocktail lounge, which is the approved area of service. So that way there can be alcohol service in any place of the salon or establishment. The reason we've allowed people under the age to go in, like Senator Waters says, if you are 17 and show up to get your hair cut, we're not going to make the salons or barbershops have a alcohol serving area versus a non-alcohol serving area. The entire place, because of the way it would be licensed, would be a cocktail lounge, which is why we've taken the, contrary to what you're seeing in the nonprofit one day, that's limited. Here, we're saying you can come in.
Right,
Been approval with
and
that.
we'll have to, maybe it's a limited cocktail, by putting it in the cocktail license statute. And the reason you did that was because it had all these other requirements that we don't even see here.
Right.
Okay, but that now it's really there. It's not a cocktail lounge at all. It's a limited cocktail license or a restricted cocktail license.
We do have
or
other licenses in the cocktail lounge statute that have the same language.
what such as
For the supplemental license for the VFWs,
okay,
it's similar
they're
language
in
to this.
here, yeah. So we just got to think that through because it is problematic for us to read this and say, what do you mean? They're not, these are not cocktail lounges. Why are we don't want anybody to think that these are cocktail lounges.
Right.
So that, and I know everybody criticizes us because we have too many license types. And I can see that you were trying to, streamline it. When we passed the nonprofit, we must have thought that was what we were doing. So we're just going to have to think that one through in terms of what
The
title is.
overarching law for a cocktail lounge is it is
Right.
18 plus unless accompanied by a parent, guardian, or adult spouse. So if you're 18 or older, you can be in there by yourself. If you're 17 and younger, you have to have a parent, guardian, or adult spouse. So when licenses are added to that cocktail lounge, we have to address that specific line of, does that overarching law apply, or are there special circumstances for this particular license type? And that's why you see that here.
Okay. So one of the things, just to throw out an idea here, is that this other part where we're talking about the barbershops and how about we call it a one drink license? That way we don't have to be worried about a schedule. What's the schedule? We can remove that language, and we're not just limiting ourselves to what's the nature of the establishment, but that they would then still be responsible to, keep track of who they gave a drink to and what they gave them. But that it then the title of the license would be the one drink license. And that way it can be a little more clear on what we're trying to do and not have worry about all that other schedule. That's just an idea, throwing that idea out right now. Okay.
Social district.
That goes back to, as Aiden Moore told me, that what the drink size is can be a pitcher. Could have a martini pitcher. Okay. Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I realize I don't know the details like you guys do of the entire state, but I have never been in a salon where people go there as opposed to a restaurant or bar and to simply drink. I mean, they're there for a purpose, and the drink is a sideline. So I was going to say the same thing, limit it to
one
one,
drink. Okay.
and also possibly limit the alcohol percentage, perhaps, so
We
that.
get into the details
Well,
of what drink.
And
we're
no,
talking
I don't know of any, most salons are small businesses. I don't see them paying $480 for a license. I mean, that's a big number. Is that the typical,
Well, I would have to say is, and I wasn't going to get into an argument with Senator Walters, is that if you're just a beer and wine licensee, you're $480. Okay, so if he meant to be half, if the person only gave away a glass of champagne, then it really should have only be $240. Is a half. So I wasn't going to. That's when I looked up and it said this bill is going to need some work to get these numbers right and get these things So yes, the concept is such, but personally, in terms of the licensing value, if let's say we were to limit to the classic 12-ounce beer, 5-ounce wine, and 1.5 ounces distilled, if we were to limit to those categories, I think probably $100 to register. So, but well, I'm just throwing things out at this moment, but
Chairman,
okay. Representative Teresa.
thank you. So would you believe that, number one, the social districting concept that we passed in the House, that probably will solve some of this problem that you're trying to address? Second thing, would you believe that with this bill, we are trying to make, barber shops, salons, spas, we're converting them, looks like a bar, essentially kind of bar. And the third thing is, what purpose do you think this is serving? Is it going to bring, would you believe it's going to bring more business, or what's the objective of, allowing all this thing and creating more complexity discussing here?
So to address all three, I don't think the social districts would apply to this because in order to participate in the social district, you'd have to be a licensed establishment. So in order to serve or sell within that social district, you would have to be a licensed establishment. So they wouldn't be able to participate in the social district concept as passed by the House. Again, the goal here is this is already happening and it's technically illegal. So we're just trying to get everybody into compliance here. We're not trying to create them a bar. We're trying to allow them to operate in the exact same way that they're operating right now, but just make sure they're doing it legally. Because right now it's illegal to do that. And yeah, I think if we did license them and even a small fee applied, it would bring some revenue into the state.
But that's not where we're really interested.
Correct. That's not the goal.
All we're trying to do is
Correct.
make it practice that we know is occurring, and we know it violates our statute. And
Correct.
so therefore, how do we bring in compliance without being a huge burden, and have common sense, and maybe keep those restaurants happy that somebody's only having one shot before they come across the street.
So this is already happening, you're saying?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
mean, that's yeah. What goes on in Nashua, anyway? Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Stay tuned for subcommittee on this one. Okay. Last but not least, enabling a non-citizen who are legally authorized to work in the United States to deliver alcohol. Oh, did you have a card in? No. Okay, you want to come up and yeah, I didn't throw the gavel down and
Which is what,
you had a card? Oh, it might have grabbed. Okay. I'll
I
let you.
apologize for cutting.
Yeah. I'm sure you're going to tell us it's a wonderful bill and a great idea because it's less bureaucracy. Just cut out the bureaucracy. Okay, so what's that?
So I will fill out a card momentarily, Mr. Chairman. My apologies. So Mike Summers, Lodging and Restaurant Association, actually here in support of this bill. Again, as the discussion is developed, I wasn't going to speak, but I feel compelled to at this point simply because hearing that this is a well-known issue by the legislature and state agencies, and we're just turning a blind eye to it. I'd love to know how my licensees.
Shocked.
Well, but I'd love to know how my licensees can operate without licenses as well, and if that's an option. So, in the interest of fairness, I think somebody had to ask the question. Going to the license fee, which I think is a very good question. I also would suggest that once they're licensed, they can now sell these cocktails, build it into a package or whatever it might be. And I would also suggest that at that point, there should be rooms and meals tax that would be generated because now it's going to be consumed on the premises. But I think really my main point that I wanted to make is that, if some businesses can operate without a license, it'd be nice if we all could.
You're absolutely correct. And I was always running on the assumption that it was always given away for free.
Which technically is illegal, so.
I understand that, but that's why it never crossed my mind that rooms and meals Because if we're giving it away from me, I've never heard that they charge somebody for the drink. So, and that is again something we're going to have to discuss when we look at this
It's a
bill.
bit of
Because I
semantics.
think you're absolutely correct that if they are going to charge for it, then now it's the creep. It's a too slippery slope.
But it's semantics, right? So a restaurant could now sell a meal for $7 or $8 more and include a drink in it, right? It's the same thing. So you're getting a haircut. The price of the wine's built into the haircut. That's right. I mean, they're not giving it away for free. They
Right.
just adjusted their pricing model so that you don't really see it as a fee. So at that point,
You have made a very good point.
anyways, thank you. I'll fill out a pink card.
Thank you. Okay, Aubrey Freeman.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater, I speak in support of this bill. It's interesting being last because I heard a lot of this. This was very interesting. I thought this was an absolute no-brainer, nothing to even think about. But listening to the details and well, I did notice when it talked about in the amendment about a cocktail lounge. The spas and it being like that's a little bit odd. So that's weird, should be fixed. But I definitely support the idea of it. If you want to make your customers happy, they're not drinking tons of, like was said, just a drink, just to relax a little bit and enjoy it and not have getting, irresponsibly drunk. Then I totally support, and we should make it legal. I don't like it doesn't look like this is becoming a problem where people are getting caught and fines and, all kinds of not good outcomes. So we want to make it what you're doing, your normal business, you're providing services for, and it does have guardrails in here, which are good. As they said, the time frames, although it could be adjusted a little bit. And also, what was the other one? Number of licenses for the for-profit, so it's not a regular business. It's just like on a few times a year or whatever. So it does have guardrails to it. So I support the bill. I think you will have. Oh, and also too, it probably for those who are into revenue for the state, it probably would actually bring in some revenue. So, that helps a little bit to offset state expenses. But I think the important thing is we don't want our businesses who are serving their customers to get in trouble and be in, that would cause more trouble. So let's make it legal. This bill is a good avenue for that. And I trust that you will fix the wording a little bit to make it work. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. And I hope you learned a lot how we do things here.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I did see when it said cocktail lounge, and it's like a bar or a salon. I thought that struck me as a little bit odd.
And that's the nature of how our statutes are
Yeah,
written.
so I trust you guys can fix it, but I do think the intent of the bill is great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now I will officially close the public hearing on Senate Bill 87 and open up the hearing on Senate Bill 89 and call on Max Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Max Taylor, and I'm the legislative aide to Senator Bashardi. I'm here this afternoon on her behalf to introduce Senate Bill 89, enabling non-citizens who are legally authorized to work in the United States to deliver alcohol. This bill was brought forward following conversations between the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association and the Liquor Enforcement Division. While it has long been common practice for visa workers, such as those with H-2B and J-1 visas, to serve and deliver alcohol during the state's busiest tourist seasons, a closer reading of the statute revealed outdated language. The law currently permits only U.S. citizens or legal resident aliens to be employed for this purpose, which unintentionally excludes many seasonal visa workers who are otherwise fully authorized to work in the United States. Senate Bill 89 updates this language to clarify that anyone with legal work authorization, including visa holders, can serve or deliver alcohol. This is especially important for New Hampshire's hospitality and tourism industries, which rely heavily on visa workers to meet seasonal labor needs. By passing this bill, we ensure our laws are consistent, our employers have access to the workforce they need, and that workers who are legally authorized to be in this country can fully participate in available job opportunities. With that, thank you for your time, and I'll leave the questions to the other people.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one card, Mike Summers, who is in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Summers, Lodging and Restaurant Association. I appreciate you putting all my bills on one day. So it's just one day. So thank you for that. So this bill, Senate Bill 89, we are here in full support. We actually asked Senator Ricciardi to bring this forward. It was brought to my attention by representatives of the Liquor Commission or Liquor Enforcement that under the current standard, which essentially says that no person except a citizen of the United States or legal resident alien shall be employed to sell or deliver any liquor or beverage. That actually does not include visa workers. And as has historically been used in our industry, we have an awful lot of hotels, particularly resorts, et cetera, use a lot of H-2B and J-1 visa workers. So technically, I guess we've been operating in violation of the statute, unbeknownst to us. So in working with liquor enforcement, we came up with this language, which we think clarifies that folks who are legally authorized to work in the United States would be able to serve alcohol in our resorts, lovely resorts, and we encourage you to visit. So with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
So let me get this straight. You gave us a hard time that we
Yes, sir, I did.
that you
Yes.
have not enforced hotel signage requirements.
But in fairness, this was we were ignorant of the fact, right? So under all of the other interpretations for 30 or 40 years, nobody ever said this was a problem. H-2Bs have been coming forever.
Right, but whoever heard there was a problem with the beauty salons giving out free drinks?
Well, liquor enforcement says they get complaints from our guys all the time. Just saying.
Just so you know, you get some, you win some and you lose some.
But in fairness, it was brought to our attention it was a problem. We have brought the problem forward to the legislature, and we are now attempting to correct the problem so that we are operating legally. I think we are trying to be responsible.
We're all
business
trying
owners.
to make sure we do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Always a pleasure. Okay, Representative Burrows.
Thanks for taking my question, and I recognize this may be a provocative question, but my concern is, will this bill make these people more vulnerable to being picked up by ICE?
No, because I think the way it's crafted, and again, I default to liquor enforcement who helped us draft this, but this specifically is focused on folks who are legally authorized to work in the United States. So these are visa workers. We have not, again, I have not heard yet any visa workers that have been, ensnared and or shipped out, but we are certainly having our share of challenges of getting H-2B and J-1 visa workers here this year, but that's a separate issue. But ultimately, I think that this provides for the fact that this is not about folks who are not authorized to work in the United States. This is for folks who are legally authorized to work in the United States, and so I think that's the clarification.
Follow up?
Further question?
Again, provocative, I understand that, but we now have U.S. citizens who are being picked up. Thanks, that's all I'm going to say.
I can't comment on that.
Would you believe?
Would you believe? Okay.
Okay, Representative Ammon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Wrap it up today here. We'll get it over with. The title of the bill talks about delivering alcohol, but I see in line 3 it says sell or deliver. So is the intention to enable delivery, and if so, what scenarios would delivery occur? Is it retail, wholesale, so forth?
Great question. So if you recall, under COVID, we were allowed to deliver beer and wine in originally manufactured packaging. I think that because of the way this section of the statute is written and has been written, it allows for those essentially employees of our businesses that can participate in all of the facets of ways that we would sell alcohol, which would be on premises, potentially delivered as part of a takeout order or something like that. So just depending on the scenario, we just kept it as broad as possible. But I think, frankly, the piece you're referring to is existing statute. That's not a change. We just struck out those 3 words, legal resident alien, and we've added non-citizen who's legally authorized to work.
Just a quick
Yeah,
follow-up.
further question.
Is the need to clarify, does it have to do with selling alcohol, simply selling alcohol, or is delivery the focus?
Both.
It's just both.
Technically both, because what we were advocating for is whatever the business owner needs as part of their work duties, I guess, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. It's just both.
Right.
I'll never forget the first time Jay went down to my summer home in Rhode Island, and the waiter, and he was from Ukraine, and this was right after Russia had taken over the Capri, whatever the
Crimea.
you know, and I said, so how did you feel about that? And they go, well, they were all Russians anyways. So then when the whole war was, he said, well, okay, but that just goes to show that you give an inch and take a mile. But at that point in time, down in, it was the coastal and all those resorts, they all had.
Well, I think there's
J1s.
something like 66,000 H-2B visa workers that come in the United States annually.
Yeah.
And so obviously we get a good chunk of those, and whether those be, landscapers, a variety of jobs, I think the issue for us was they couldn't serve alcohol, and frankly, that was a primary function we were hiring these folks for.
Right. Well, to be waiters.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to testify? Seeing none, you're all done. Okay, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 89.
Next Wednesday.
Yeah, so everybody's just got sent for the calendar for next week. So we're only meeting Tuesday afternoon, but then Wednesday we have a full day, and we'll have then heard all our Senate bills. So then going forward, the following week we'll be doing subcommittees, and we have a couple bills that it's going to be real subcommittee bearers. So stay tuned. The divisions, they'll be broken up by the different subcommittees. But that you'll know, when I send it out. Yeah. All right. Otherwise, we'll see you all next Tuesday afternoon.